Florida. You know, April's on the air. All right, we're just starting to share around now. I had a feeling that Zach forgot about us. Sure though. I had a feeling that you forgot about us.
My other computer's video is not as clear, so he's kicking the boot, and I don't want to get rid of her.
I could take a look at it if you want.
She's like 15 years old. She's all in one. I got a lot of them to bring to you, to be honest with you.
Was it? Oh, computers? You got a whole room full of them.
I got a room full of them. They're from, I literally have the setup. It's just I need to upgrade everything. So I have an all-in-one. I need to get situated 2 all-in-ones. Some of the ones I wanted to use, but when I go back on the air, I'll have them.
Hey, I have a little tiny bit of news about so that little shop. Remember that little storefront I sent you?
Mm-hmm.
It was actually, and Jordan and I were looking at it. It was actually evaluated. It's valued, believe it or not, at $69,000.
I thought so.
And it's in a flood zone.
Ooh.
Because the Silver Creek runs right behind it. And
so if you were to
there's
do anything,
you need flood insurance.
So, if you were,
so the guy who ran the shop said it got flooded there just a few years ago, although I was living here and I don't know what the heck he's talking about. But he's rather insistent on that price, even though I've talked to a couple real estate folks that I've worked with in the past now who don't think there's any chance on earth he's going to get that level of money.
Yeah.
But that said, it is still a good space. So I don't see it happening because the guy's he's willing to sit on it empty and get his price instead of.
He's not even willing to take six into the rental for it, huh?
He doesn't want to part with it until he gets what he's looking for. So
good luck on that. Sometimes people do that thinking that this development there, like you said, is beside the building that just was developed. Mm-hmm. So sometimes they do that hoping the developer that just developed goes ahead and snatch up the property. But if it's in the flood zone, anybody that develops there is going to have to build it up anyway to make it at standard.
Supposedly it got flooded out a few years ago. It took him like 30 grand to clean it up.
That's what he's trying to make his money back.
Yeah, well, that's not my problem.
So we'd have to put $250,000 just to make it. So we'd have to get, like scuba gear, Kevlar reinforced panels on the walls when people drive by and throw.
Oh, that's absolutely right. See, we would need fireproof. We need bulletproof and fireproof when the right wingers start driving by and trying to shoot us along the way from all the.
Yeah, we need bullet resistant glass.
We would need that.
They got a thin film you can put across the window now. That bulletproof film. So they have that. Thank goodness.
We would need that.
You would probably have to have your table at least 5 or 6. But good, like them tall table, everything would be set up on tall tables just to be on the safe side. Like, okay, ask them how much
the only building where we flood-proof the inside.
Was it 2 feet? Let me know so I can elevate the table. Everything's off the floor. So if it does flood, my stuff is good.
Maybe the only building that we have to flood-proof the inside first.
Broadcast from the roof. There you go.
From the if it was good enough for the Beatles. All right, so we're just a touch behind here. I'm doing my national sharing out right now. I don't know, Christopher, I don't know if you and April have crossed paths before at state committee, but if you have not, let me introduce the two of you. Christopher, April, Christopher.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, April.
I don't know how you would have not crossed paths at state committee because we're always there, but
Right, January 22nd. I totally forgot. Yeah.
No, it was
28. 28?
It's 20. It's the 29th is the day. 28th to the 29th. It was the 21st to the 22nd, and then it got pushed back a week.
Oh, I didn't even get that email.
Oh, and the rooms are up for being booked now. I will are you, I'm gonna friend you on Facebook so I can send you the link, because I think you were on the I'll just, yeah, because I gotta send you the link.
I'm on a Latino caucus board, yeah.
Okay. Let me see.
Are we thinking though, Chris, are you thinking that it's actually still gonna happen? Or are you thinking possibly it's gonna get changed again?
I mean, it's so much
you know,
going on. It's because of that variant, and
Yep.
yeah,
people are older. That's the problem. You got 300.
you know,
yeah.
The new variant is not as deadly, but it spreads about 3 to 4 times more easily, despite vaccination. Yeah. But it is not nearly as deadly, but it spreads like wildfire. That's the big difference.
When you're an elder person with health issues, that's when it does come deadly. That's a problem.
I do understand where it's going to be touch and go in winter. Mm-hmm. And I do understand. I think we need to take that seriously as a country. I'm getting very concerned about complacency with COVID, mm-hmm. and, you know, just in general. I just almost as if I think we've just got used to it and we just want to go to business as usual. Am I seeing the same thing as y'all see? Are you seeing this too? Okay, because I'm seeing it. I'm horrified, you know, and it's winter. Winter, it's just gonna spike.
The thing is,
germ season is scary because if you had, like I said, my mom, we went to Walmart yesterday, and I took off and left her in a spot, and she was like, and she found me. She was like, "Let's get out of here. There's just too many people." And mm-hmm. I was like, "Mommy, I'm so sorry." She's like, "No." I thought she was like, because her knees was bothering her. We pull out and pull right into the big lots. I said, "I thought you wanted to go home." She's like, "No, it's too many people in there. I can't." She was like, too many germs. She's just free, you know. And I get it. I was like, "Mama, I'm so sorry." So we went to big lots and did what she had to do because it was not so many people. So that was freaking her out. And I said, "Well," I said, "I told you let's go to the Quaker Town or Trexler Town, but you don't want to go there." I said, "The one in Whitehall is like," so she was like, I felt so bad. I said, "Ma, I'm so sorry." You know, so even though we had masks on and we had alcohol wipes with us, it's still like, she's in her 70s. She's like, I want to be here for my grandbabies and my great grands. So yeah. So I didn't even finish shopping. She's like, I said, "It's okay. I'll come back another day."
Yeah.
All right, 94 shares. Just one more.
I totally get it. And we have a lot of elders at state committee. So even if we do have state committee, how is the attendance going to be if we do have it? People having that fear.
Yeah, I mean, when is the last time we've had state committee, like in person?
Last year, a year prior before that, I think that's when they were. The last one was when they were doing for
right, time out, everybody.
The attorney general, not the attorney general, the auditor.
Time out. We're gonna hit the button.
Okay.
But Rosie,
no, actually, wait one more second. We're gonna hit the button in just a sec. Go live.
When the Rosie Davis one for David. I mean, Jeff.
Auditor.
When they had the auditor general, that's the last time we had.
All right, we'll do 505. We'll do 505. As soon as we change to 505 here, I'm gonna hit the button. There we go. Okay, we are going to be live in 3, 2, a half, and 1. That was backward.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know and young enough to do. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. But it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. 'Cause it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
And it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy and a change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy,
Welcome, welcome, welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley in the Bethlehem Landfill Township. Our township now being fully purchased by the owners of the Bethlehem Township after purchasing our township council and council election. Fascist rule begins January 3rd. Watch this space. Part of the right here in Northampton County, the bellwether county in the country, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States, on this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect for December 19, 2021. This is our final episode of the year, so you all get a little bit of a break for 2 weeks. However, we're not going away forever, just going away for about 2 weeks. We're going to take a break here during the holiday and allow you to celebrate as you should, safely with family and friends. And we beg you not only just to celebrate and enjoy all that the holiday can and should bring you, but we ask you to do it in a healthy manner. We ask you to use your brains and be safe. Mask where you have to, hand sanitizer, wash, all that fun stuff, distance where you need to. Be with folks who are vaccinated as they should be, as I am. Got my third shot a couple weeks ago, and I still look the same. Isn't that funny? I haven't changed too much. My hair fell out. No, I'm kidding. I didn't fall out. I goofed up my own home haircut, so I had to scrape it, start from scratch. About 3 weeks, I'll look like a normal. When we come back live on January 9, I'll actually should have some hair up here. So we going with the hat today, also because I'm a little bit chilly. It's a little chilly in the room here today. This is our last live program of 2021. It has been quite a year. So we have, just as promised, as I mentioned to you last week, very simple, casual, relaxed roundtable. The woman who is responsible for all of this, by the way, this entire menagerie, the woman who is responsible for unleashing this program on you, the unwitting public, is April Riddick. She is here. A gentleman who has become, and I am honored to say, and I'm humbled to say, by the way, a closer and closer personal friend as we continue to talk, and he continues to come back and visit us, which I'm very, very thrilled about, and that's Christopher Kowardovich. We are expecting some other folks to float in and out throughout the program as I cast a very wide net this week. It could be just us for the rest of the program. We could see some other faces ducking in and out throughout the program, and you know what? That's perfectly fine. We wanted something a little bit more relaxed here to end out this calendar year. And of course, when we return live with you on January 9th, we will be beginning our third calendar year, not our third full year, but our third calendar year with you when we come back on January 9th. our last live program here of 2021. And to be blunt, 2021 could not be over fast enough. The only year I've wanted to end quicker was 2020. So it's been a rough couple, but here we are. Wherever you might be on Facebook, I just got done sharing the program. That's why we're a little teeny touch behind here, starting at 5:05 instead of the normal 5:01. 94, I think it was, or 97 places we have shared the program throughout the Facebook universe, and you can stay right where you are and enjoy the program as you are used to doing. If you are having dinner, getting the kids ready for what I think is an abbreviated week of school before the holiday, if you're wrapping presents, whatever it is that you might be doing, stay where you are. And if I get the opportunity before the end of the program as a way to say, if I can remember, I should write myself a note because I do have paper in front of me. I will read off all the lists of places that we share the program, because every place that is kind enough to allow us to post this program on their little corner of the Facebook world is great. We are grateful to them. They do us a favor. I hope it's because they enjoy the program. But they're nice enough to allow us to do it, and I should be reading off that entire group. That's a long group. It'll take a couple minutes, all between our national outlets and all the different groups and so on that we share to. For our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, thank you for being here yet again. The last time in 2021 that you're going to get to hear these dulcet tones. Oh yes, yes, yes. I know. Don't cry, kids. Don't cry, kids. Kleenex are cheap. Just keep them close. It's okay. We'll be back. Don't worry. But we are going to take a break. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net, it is extremely simple. And it means you probably haven't been listening to me all these months, but I'll tell you again. Anyway, our web address is our name. It's hot101.net. I'm getting choked up. Why am I getting a tickle in my throat right now? I'm getting so excited. What a bad time. Live radio. Isn't it awesome? Because you tuned in to listen to me cough. Sorry about that. Actually, if you can hear, I am a tiny bit stuffed up. I have had this tiny little cold for like 3 weeks. It is not COVID. It is not anything serious. It's just a little annoying sort of cold that I can't seem to get rid of. But anyway, our web address is our name. It's hot101.net. If you have an Apple device, you can go to the Apple App Store and download the hot101.net app. You can go to the Google Play Store for Android, and of course, the tune in. I'm gonna have to take a drink. Wow, do I have a tickle? Go to the Google Play Store for Android. TuneIn Radio app will work as well. I can't get rid of this tickle in my throat. This is lovely. This is great live radio. Wow, I'm gonna scare you folks right off the program.
In Siri.
TuneIn Radio app works for any device. If you have a Google Pixel, an LG phone or whatever, you can use the TuneIn Radio app. Go to the search bar and search for hot101.net. And of course, our friends and family at TCP, the Culture Professional out of Lancaster. Thank you. This was the big program happening. There were two big program happenings this year, and that is this new home studio, which of course has claimed my second bedroom. And the other was to become part of the TCP family. So we have continued to see steady growth in our little program, even when I have a real tickle in my throat and it's really, really awkward to listen to. I actually still, the program continues to grow and continues to spread itself about. So that is basically, and I will, what I'm going to do and what I should have done, and forgive me that I did not, is I will put the phone number up on the screen straight away, because we are going to have just a kind of look back, a little bit of a look back at 21. What were the big happenings? What are the big things that stuck with you? What are the big things that stuck with our guests in this casual, relaxed roundtable? And then a little bit of a look ahead into what will be an exceptionally just flat out crucial year. We have here in our humble little Commonwealth, we will have elections for governor, lieutenant governor, the legislature, a United States Senate seat, and of course our entire congressional delegation. You across the country will be, your congressional delegations will be up for election. There will be gubernatorial elections throughout the country, legislative, local, you name it. And we only have, in my estimation, maybe 3 election cycles left to determine whether the American experiment continues. And that is 22, 23. And yeah, you think those off-year elections aren't all that important? They are. If you've seen what happened to some school boards across the country this past year, and local election officials, but we can get into that as we talk. So 23 and 24 will determine whether the American experiment continues. It'll determine whether we continue to be a democratic republic, a representative republic, or we continue. Well, I shouldn't even say continue. I would say complete the slide into fascism. So April is here, Christopher is here, George is on, and I expect Kristen to come up and visit us later. She is feverishly working on Christmas gifts. So there's a wrapping station right now, which happens to be our dining room table. And there is more glitter in this house. I can tell you, there's glitter everywhere. It's from all the decorations and the wrapping paper and the boxes and everything else. Everything's got a little bit of glitter on it. Every now and then I will find myself in the morning brushing my teeth and there's a very, very shiny spot right here, and it's a piece of glitter that I apparently had on me for days. But that's us. That's where we are for right now. And April reminds me very nicely in the background. I'll give you a little break the fourth wall here a little bit with you. I forgot to play my favorite new game, and that is that you can tell, when it comes to listening to hot101.net, you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. So I like to get very, very close to the Chris is clapping. Like to get very, very close to the microphone and say, hey, Alexa, play hot101.net. And one of these days I'm going to hear from someone that I have triggered their Alexa, and it's going to make me very, very, very proud in a very childish and very a very childish way, but it will make me very proud when I get to do that. So I have talked long enough. I will also put the phone number in my screen, in my square. George has the phone number on the screen, 267-227-9189. We will open this line straight from Jump Street. You can jump into the program when you're ready. A very relaxed little round table, looking back at 21, looking ahead to 22. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. And remember, if you happen to miss any of today's program, you can go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/that other side of information. So without any further ado, as they say, let me say hello to my sister from a different mister, and the man and the woman who unleashed all of this hell all over the rest of you. That is April Riddick. And let me say hello to Christopher and welcome everybody to the program. And then you're all silent.
Well, thanks for having us.
No need to be silent.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you guys for being here. I was hoping to have, like I said, just a kind of relaxed discussion about the year that is gone and the one coming up. So let me start with April. When I say 2021 to you, you think of what?
Boredom, because you got to be careful. So a lot of change, but a lot of complacency and laziness, because people are losing their sanity through the internet, and we're losing our common sense, because you don't know what's the truth and what's not real no more. With all the nonsense that happened the year before, now it's getting worse. It's not getting any better. 2020 was a year of activism, that in your face, and we're gonna make you listen to us, and we don't care who we're disrespecting. And from that, it spilled out a lot of negativity. Don't get me wrong, it got some points across, but through social media and internet, their activism is just activism without a plan or follow-up, which led into 2021, where it helped create some people want to get involved in politics. But once you came out of lockdown, you had something to do, that whole rah died. And so all those that claim to be the new leaders and we're gonna stir it up and we're gonna be in your face because we believe in this and that, we'll see them no more. So 2020 created hopeful new leaders. 2021 weaned out the fake leaders that claimed themselves get ready to come aboard. Because when everything opened back up and you had to physically be out there and do things and go to work, and people don't realize you have to have that that fight and that willing to commit to make things happen. So 2021 weaned out the weak ones, the ones that just want to be seen and not really do the work.
A familiar face has popped onto your screen, and that is the man himself. Sergeant Thomas Mack has joined the program. Welcome again, sir.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good. You sound like you're on another. This sounds very old-timey radio.
Yeah, I am slowly but surely setting up everything. So I'm using my Apple computer, and this is what the microphone sounds like. Eventually, I'll get my own mic back up, and then
well, we can. Well, the important thing is that we can hear you, and that we're thrilled that you are here. You know, as I've told you 1,000 times, you're a member of the family, and family is always welcome when this program is on. Family is always welcome. So we're just getting started. Settle in and buckle in and for the ride. Christopher, when I say 2021 to you, you think of what?
I think I like what April kind of went. It was a lot of, I agree with her. I agree with her about that. Like angry activism without demanding change, without pushing for progress is how I guess I would frame it. And I think I'm getting a lot of like head shaking here. So I don't mean to dismiss that as, you know, I'm a white male, you know what I mean? I'm queer, but I'm a white male. I don't want to dismiss kind of that kind of viewpoint, but I guess I'm very for progress more than, you know, personally than completely just destructing the whole system. But besides that, what I think about is I go through kind of like chronologically. I think first, I think of the amazing thing that happened in January, in December, with Georgia going and getting the chamber in the Senate. Then January 6th happens. Oh my, words can't even describe it. Not particularly on radio what we want to say about that. I'm just going to leave it at what I wasn't surprised. It was just kind of like, I just couldn't believe it watching it. I'm like, this is the party. Oh, and as the Veterans Caucus, sitting on the Veterans Caucus, let me just say, this is what you support. This is you're pro-America, rally the flag. And then you're complaining that we want to tear down the system. And you're literally physically going in there trying to kill these people. So like, there is no, and I think that's part of where that anger comes from. Like, if they can do that, well, I'm not as, you know, like I'm not as, and it's really hard to kind of counter, right? It's like, I'm not, this is normal. This is what normal is. And I think for a lot of activists, it's hard to say when you're kind of like in the party. And I know, April, we're both on state committee. You can kind of look at us party people per se. I consider myself an organizer, radical in a lot of ways, but it's really hard. And then, so that happened. Then the $1.9 trillion stimulus package passes, and the expansion of healthcare, the oh my gosh, the child poverty is cut in half with this new bill. I mean, I've seen the most progressive piece of legislation possibly in my life. I adjusted what Obama had spent in the first 2 years was $2.1 trillion, his whole package with everything together. And so far we've spent $2.5 trillion in Joe Biden's first year. So I think we have, as Democrats, done some really great things. I think also we've seen book banning. What in the I think the shocking moment, one of the pictures that were shocking, there were a lot of pictures that were shocking for me, was the Rosa Parks on a bus. That's supposed to be banned from schools. I know there's a lot of other books, and I don't know all the other books. When I seen that one book, it just stuck in my head. Like, you think that's radical? You think
Canceling
that book is a radical book? Like I had that book, and I can't, obviously I was like probably 5 or 6 when I got that book or whatever when I was a little kid, so I can't like remember the details of it. Something radical with it. You know what I mean? There's nothing radical about Rosa Parks on the bus.
What's radical about history? What is radical about our own history? And not created history, not someone else's history, not I hate the term. I really do hate the term. Not fake news, our own history. What is radical about our own history? And this will give me a good time to turn to Sergeant Max. Sergeant, first, again, let me repeat, welcome home, sir. But also, when I say 20, you and I, through the various visits that you've been kind enough to bring to us on the program, we've talked a lot about history. So it's a good way to transition to you. When I say 2021 to you, sir, you think what?
All I can come up with are 2-word slogans: wasted opportunity.
Yeah.
Slaughter coming. Insurrectionist one. I mean, when you think about 2020 as a whole, as a year, it was a year that we really saw America de-evolve. We're back to banning books.
Yep.
We're relitigating a woman's right to choose. We're relitigating what our history looks like. We're doing all of this because, and I said this in a video the other day, we have 2 political parties, neither one of them actually truly care about the people on the ground. The very first one, which would be the Republicans. The Republicans made a deal with the devil in 2016. They made a deal with the devil. They decided that they were going to back the worst candidate ever. And they figured it would give them the gains that they need to pass through tax cuts legislation and things of that nature, and it worked. But what they did not bargain in was that particular person that they backed was also bringing in the ugliest aspects of human history, of American history. He was bringing back racism. He was bringing back sexism. He was bringing back homophobia. He was bringing back xenophobia. And the people who gravitated towards him were going to follow through. They were going to be radicalized by this man. So in 2021, at the end of 2020, we thought, okay, we've elected a new president. These people will have to go back to just being the opposition party. And the Republicans figured that that's all they had to do was just, we'll keep Trump's people and we'll keep some of Trump's ideas. We'll just get rid of him. The very first image, 6 days into the new year, was January 5th. That was a moment, that right there was a moment that if you weren't paying attention, you should have. That was the moment I realized that we have a functioning democracy in name only. We do. And everything that has happened since then has shown me that the Republicans' devil bargain is going to eventually erupt somewhere down the line. The other party, being the Democrats had the momentum after January 6th. Once Biden got into office and he passed the stimulus package, they should have been on the road towards building back a better society. But what they managed to do was they fought against everything because they have people within their own party that don't want to see progress. It costs them money. It costs them donations. It costs them these things. So we had to cater to the cinemas and the mansions in our own in the Democratic Party more than we were able to actually do anything boots on the ground. You have Joe Biden, who I've called what Bill Clinton ushered in the 90s New Democrat. Joe Biden is an acolyte of New Democrat mindset, meaning we're going to be just as bad as the Republicans. We just won't use racial epithets and slurs for gay people. So you elected this guy which Trump had to go. And Biden was the only pick that was going to be able to get him out of there. But then Joe Biden turned around and reneged on some of the things that he promised. Well, I won't even say he reneged. He became that new Democrat. Everybody's like, well, student loan forgiveness. I'm not going to do that. Okay, we got this $2 trillion infrastructure plan, the Build Back Better plan. He knew mansion and cinema were going to be problems. And then they started to whittle it down and whittle it down and whittle it down and whittle it down. And even after all of that whittling down, they still can't get it passed. Missed opportunity. And the people, the American populace, not the politicians, just the American populace, we are starting to see not just, we're not even talking fault lines. We're not even talking fault lines. There are caverns, large Grand Canyon sized holes between the extremely radical now right wing and we're still trying to be bipartisan, pessimistic left wing.
Yeah.
And the people on the end, the radical leftists, they don't even want to talk to them. So coming, when I say slaughter coming, I did an 11-part TikTok series, 3-minute videos. I used no profanity, but it basically told the Democrats what was about to happen.
Right.
They're going to get their head kicked in 2026. These people that they're trying to reach out to have been radicalized to believe that CRT is being pumped into their fetuses. They believe that any talk whatsoever about American history is racist towards white people. They believe that a virus was a Democratic hoax and it's going to be just like what the Tea Party was, except worse. And the Democrats are still trying to stop that with nothing. You can't run on we're not trumpeting. You can't. And they're going to do this. And come 2022, in November, they're going to get murked. They're going to get their heads kicked in. And they're going to lose the culture wars that they shouldn't have been fighting in the first place. That to me is going to be the lasting legacy of 2021. Missed opportunities, insurrections won because nobody's going to jail for this. Let's just be honest. They planned a coup in our country and everybody's about to walk away with their hands full. It's just like, I want to be optimistic. I want to say, yeah, they'll get them. Come on. We know how this is going to work.
And let's remember what the real definition of an attempted coup is. The real definition of a failed coup. It's called rehearsal. It's called practice. Yeah. And it's still going on. Let me quickly get to our regular, and when I say our regular caller, as if there is a singular one, sadly, there is a singular one, but he was kind enough to call in. Might have been a tad too quick, but welcome, Randall. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, Jeff, and welcome to the full panel.
Sorry for the delay in answering you there, but thank you for calling in. And I have to say to the audience and to everybody gathered here, Randall has probably done more than any individual other than April and myself and George and Kristen to grow the program and grow the group. We are at, I will need to have a quick look, sir, but I think we're 7-ish members away from breaking 1,000 on the Facebook group page, which is what I wanted to do before the end of the calendar year. So I want to say thank you, Randall, for continuing to help us proliferate the program, bring members to the group, bring eyeballs and ears to the program. And the fact that you are willing to call us every week is, we're very, very grateful. I don't think we only say thanks at Thanksgiving. I think we say thanks when it's appropriate to do so. And I think the holiday season brings that to us. So I want to say thank you to you, sir.
I appreciate that, Jeff. I just want to say real quick, I totally agree with what April said, what Christopher said, and what Thomas has said. as a progressive, active, elected committee person, Democratic committee person here in Delaware County, VA. I'm very frustrated. Like today, that was it. With our dear corporate Democratic senator from West Virginia, Joe Mancini, just flat out showing any little bit that was left of the original things that were in Build Back Better America bill that was passed by the House. I am so frustrated. I said it at the time, and I'm mad at the Progressive Caucus in Congress that they gave up, man. They gave up. Yes. They knew that if they didn't hold up the bipartisan infrastructure bill, that they just gave up all the leverage they had by saying we're not going to pass it unless you also pass the Build Back Better Act. And I said at the time, I said to all my political friends, Joe Mancini's not going to go along with it, and Sinema, I was definitely not going to go along with it. So we've just given everything to the Republicans, in my opinion.
Gave everything to the money people. That's about it. It's not just about Republicans.
Corporate America, it's the corporate America and the rich. Yes.
Yeah. It's across the board. It's not just Republicans. It's Democrats, the corporate Democrats. It's the corporate Republicans. It's all about money. When the Build Back Better, and it's sad because when you have a nation that's me being Black and brown, primarily Black and brown, that Build Back Better is going to help correct the nonsense that has happened, that has hurt our schooling system, that has created more pipeline in prison. So of course they're going to reject a lot of that because the majority of that funding is going to that to build a better infrastructure, to educate our kids like they should be. Back when they were when they were booming in the industry area all over PA and all over across the states. So we lost our ability to have our own infrastructure when we started outsourcing it with Reaganomics. So when Reaganomics came into place, it hurt us. So now we're trying to take that back because that's what's hurting us now. And they're like, oh God, we're not giving them opportunity to grow. We're not giving them to be middle income people. Mm-hmm. So this is what's going on. So it's bigger than
it's amazing.
It's about their pockets.
It's very striking how easy it is to take something away from someone, but how difficult it is to restore it. Randall, hang on, don't go anywhere. I want to say welcome and hello to somebody who has yet to visit us, even though he is a big part of the program. And if you think any of the folks on this in this roundtable have a set of pipes, you're about to hear a set of pipes right now. A true voice made for radio, and that is the head honcho at hot101.net. And I have never had the pleasure to introduce to the world, at least through our little tiny window of it, and that is DJ Lex, the head of hot101.net. And sir, I told you when I sent you the link that I was going to do everything to pour sugar and gravy all over you, and I'm going to do it, because if we're not for, I know April is a force of nature, and you don't say no to Miss April, but I would not be on hot101.net if it was not for you. So I want to say thank you. And I've never had a chance to do it on the air. I've done it. I've texted you. We've talked on the phone. I think we even had a Zoom once that just wasn't, it was just a private, Zoom. Right. But I want to say thank you to you. And it's, I know I say it every week. I know that you listen as much as you can when we're on, and I say it, and it's become very standard for me to say. I have my own little spiel memorized, but I only say it. I don't say things on this program that I don't believe in. When I go through my reset of the program at the top and bottom of every hour, which I just skipped, I say that I'm proud to be part of the hot101.net family, because I don't necessarily look like the majority of the hot101.net family, but yet you you opened the doors up and allowed me to come in, and I'm very, very proud to be part of this family. It's great to get to know and better all the time the different DJs and you yourself and your family. And even though you skipped me the last time you were in the Lehigh Valley, but I won't beat you up with that too bad. But just want to say thank you. I just want to say thank you. We couldn't have a program. I don't think the program would be anywhere where it is without you. So thank you. And thank you for visiting us.
Greatly appreciate it, brother. Greatly appreciate it. Your show is very educational. If people don't listen in, they're never going to know what's going on. So, April, it's good to see you, man.
I miss my brother. I do.
Yeah.
Now, is that a voice or what, kids? Do you think I might have a radio voice occasionally?
Hey,
that's
when I'm in
a
the
voice.
Lehigh Valley, I go there like for a day or two just to see my kids and my grandkids. And I sneak in and I sneak out. April, you know how I am. I don't even tell anybody.
I hunt him down. I can smell him here. He got like, you here?
The one day I snuck up on April and she was carrying a little puppy, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" But it was nice to see her.
Yeah.
But your show is greatly appreciated, my brother, and everybody on your panel. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for popping in. And I want to ask you though. I know we might be kind of taking a little turn, and I told all the panelists that it was going to be a big group, so it's going to be a little hard to corral everything. But why do you think it's important for Hot 101 or radio in general? Why is it important to do and air programs like ours? Why is it important?
Well, there's
to you. I mean, to you. What does it mean to you?
There's different views, and you see a lot of different plugins with people with their own opinions. But there's always three sides to the story, and you have a passionate thing about what you're doing, and I appreciate that, because you do your research and you check both sides, and you just report what you know. So people need to be informed of what's really going on in our government. Even though I don't like politics, I hate it. Listen, my thing is DJing, that's it. But I still want to be informed of what's going on, just to be warned so people know what to do when the right time, when things happen, so.
Sometimes that's what you need.
Absolutely.
Sometimes that's exactly what you need.
Absolutely.
If you don't know, if you have no idea what is being done in your name, i.e., you elect a politician, you send him or her to Washington, D.C., and if they're making back alley deals or they're, compromising something that might help you and your family as opposed to, a defense contractor, you want to know these things. You have to know these.
Yes.
It's going to affect you either way. It's going to affect you.
Because and the sad part about it is that's what has happened to politics in 2021. We don't have enough. There are too many people who still are very cynical when it comes to American politics. Like the big thing you'll see nowadays is a lot of Republicans, right wingers, the extremes. The first thing they say is, "Well, you guys support Biden like we supported Trump." That's cognitive dissonance. Nobody supported. No, you don't look at a president like a king.
Right.
It's a president. Right. You elect them. You give them 4 years or you give them 8 years, and they're gone. Anything past that is just okay. Well, they're just here, But what we saw with the rise of Trump, especially this year, with him being gone, we see that politics nowadays is not going to just be a spectator sport. You're going to have to get in there and get your hands dirty. You're going to have to. Because if you don't, what you end up happening is you end up with a guy like Joe Manchin, you end up with a guy like Kristen Sinema, or you end up with the Marjorie Taylor Greens, the Lauren Boeberts, the Paul Gosars, the Matt Gaetz, that will tell you what you want to hear, but then in turn around and do something that is completely against your best interest, your family, your friends. And you cannot, like, literally, if you are not paying attention, exactly. If you're not paying attention, you will find yourself homeless, underemployed, or overemployed. Overemployed, underpaid, sick, and then getting ready to go to the hospital, and
No health care.
Yeah, exactly, no health care, and your elected official is going to look at you like, you have to be informed.
Yep.
Exactly. This is the idea of spectator politics. If nothing else, should have been done in 2021. Seriously.
Let me just add very quickly. I'll let Chris jump in. Let me just add very quickly to what Sergeant Mack is talking about. The single largest, if you were to, I'll try to Google it real quick unless George gets to it before me. The top 10 taker states in the union, meaning for every dollar that they send to Washington, D.C., the amount of money they get back. The number one taker state is Kentucky, Mitch McConnell's state. They get about $3.53 back for every dollar that they send to Washington. Senator Sanders and Representative Khanna, Representative Jayapal have actually thought about the possibility, maybe, I guess is the best word, or bringing up legislation, as has Rep. Pocan, by the way, about capping that a state that sends a dollar can get no more than $2.50 back. Now that might sound like a hell of a bargain, but it's better than $3.53. And perennially, and from the founding of the Republic, one of the poorest states in the Union has always been West Virginia. And when we talk about how much money was in the infrastructure bill, and here's a part where I would defer, where I would definitely have a tiny difference with you, Sergeant. Yes, do I think Joe Biden is the reincarnation of FDR? I do not. However, he has done more spending, public spending, non-top 1%, non-corporate spending already in his first year than we've probably seen in the last 40 since the inception of Reaganomics in the first place. And I am with you. I am not a blue no matter who type of person. But as you have heard me say on this program a lot, we have one functioning political party left in this country. It happens to be ours. Ours is not perfect. It can be improved and it can be restored to those FDR foundational principles, those Jeffersonian foundational principles. But we're the only ones left. We are the only functioning political party left in the country. And, these things matter. A $1.7 billion infrastructure plan, by the way, could be paid for by the richest 20 people in the nation. Let me say that very quickly again. $1.7 trillion 10-year infrastructure plan could be paid for in its entirety by the richest 20 people, and they would still have money left over. But the Trump tax cut, by the time it is done in real dollars, will cost this country $8.4 trillion. We have the money. We simply have to decide how to spend it. April, you had your hand up.
Didn't they, Lord forgive me for saying this, but didn't they get their money by killing off everybody with this virus? And it is what it is. This is the analogy. You know where I'm coming from. This is the analogy that people don't think about. America is based upon the banking system and investment, 401ks and all that. So this is what I try to explain to people, where that rumor of killing people off in Gates and all this, and somebody that doesn't have education in medical has to say so, which blows my freaking mind. And so just work with me on this. And it's when I explain it, people are like, oh my God. So take a 100,000 people. Out of them 100,000 people, all of them worked all their life and they invested in their 401k. And out of them 100,000 people died before they were able to collect on their 401k and their SSI, Social Security, they were going to get. That money doesn't get claimed by their family if they don't sign it up right. it goes back into the government and they collect it. Interest, escrow, that goes into escrow. So people don't even, that part of government, people don't even get. You know what I'm saying? This is why when they went through that first depression, when Reagan was in office, and even when Clinton was, Clinton was in there, that happened at one time. They were pushing you to invest back into the 401k more so than IRAs, because the 401k is a form of an investment that is also government regulated, that they make interest off of it. Because when they
also didn't. And they also didn't used to exist before Reaganism,
right?
Because companies offered pensions.
There you go.
Reagan administration destroyed pensions and offered you 401k. Go ahead, Chris.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. So I want to go back to something where was being talked about the Progressive Caucus. And this year, I've come up with a new kind of way of looking at it. I call it Madison Avenue Socialism. This is this new kind of thing, which earlier this year, my phone was blowing up about a feud between Connor Lamb and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And she said, well, he would be better off if he'd spent his money on digital. And for a candidate that came and went to unions, he went to union halls and went to VFWs and did a grassroots campaign, is then being told you should use a Madison Avenue marketing approach to organize. And that to me just is like, what is this? And that's why I don't like the term. People ask me, oh, are you socialism and socialist and stuff? I see kind of like a phoniness here. Earlier this year, when the beginning of the negotiation comes out with $3.5 trillion, they put forth the package. Then Senator Tesla out in Montana. Now, he's in a state that's everybody's Republican and all the states that surround him are Republican. So I understand where, you know, he's not going to probably be as progressive as I would like. But what he said was his demand was 100% of Build Back Better has to be paid for with taxes. And there's only $2.9 trillion in revenue in the plan. Okay, so we have $2.9 trillion over the next decade on the table. Let me say that again, $2.9 trillion on the table. What does the Progressive Caucus do? Do you think Progressive Caucus kind of merges the numbers around, kind of fix things up a little bit and come up with a great $2.9 trillion plan? No. Oh, but we got to keep the salt tax in there. We got to keep this salt tax to raise it to $80,000 you can write off. And I'm seeing Ock tweeting, we need to get this passed, this bill. He needs to put this bill on the floor to her senator. She would, on her salary, get a $1,500 tax break. She makes $175,000 a year, okay? She would get this, get $1,500 back, and she's tweeting her senator, I want $1,500 back in a $50,000 non-made union Tesla.
And that's what it's about. It's about them making money for themselves.
I'm like, don't tell me you are a socialist. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about when you're telling me to go through some Madison Avenue in Pennsylvania. We're a union state. I am a strong union person, and I love going to union halls. I've knocked doors for Connor Lamb out there. I was part of the Young Democrats when he did his surprise update. So I've actually worked on his campaign. He's at union halls all the time. A couple months ago, he was at a union hall with me. He brings me in because he's a veteran. I've come for events and stuff, and and I'm shocked by this, like this progressivism that they're like, oh, we're for it, but then when it comes to like solidarity with workers, when we can put this, I mean, 2.9 trillion. I think about how many poor people could have benefited from that right now. We could have
God forbid for giving people jobs and stuff. God forbid for somebody wanting to buy a house.
I'm just so tired of the fakeness. And I feel like as a Democrat, like I'm from the Democratic wing of the Democratic Party. Yep. I believe in the democratic values. I believe, Black Lives Matter, nobody's illegal, love is love. Everybody deserves to have a living income. Not just a living wage, a living income, however we get to that. I believe in universal health care. I believe in our values. And we were so close when the moderate senator comes in and says, here, 2.9 trillion, work with us. And then what do we do? Oh, well, we'll go down to 1.7 trillion and we're not even gonna fight, like, at least fight for the 2.9 trillion.
for it.
If I'd
Chris,
seen
can
you
I-
fighting for, I would have been happy. Go
Chris,
on.
let me push back just a tiny bit. As always in a respectful manner, but let me push back a tiny bit, and I hope I'm not dragging us into a different direction. And I don't think this is whataboutism, which is there's nothing that burns me more than whataboutism. When Connor Lamb tweets, if you want to elect a socialist, that's not me. I'm a normal Democrat. Am I abnormal? Are you abnormal? What is a normal
He's corporate.
Democrat? Because my
That
idea
is
would be
problem.
He's about
my
money.
idea would be is that we are the normal Democrats. That man and those two men together, and Roosevelt and Jefferson and Madison and Truman
About
and
money.
Teddy Roosevelt, for that matter. Those are the normal Democrats. The ones who decided that we need to go to Wall Street to fund ourselves because we allowed the party opposite to destroy unionism. That's not normal. So who's normal?
That's New Democrat. That is Bill Clinton's New Democrat.
And
that's exactly what they are. They are.
And my tone would make me sound that I'm attacking Christopher. I'm not. You mentioned Representative Lamb. Look, he got elected as a Democrat in a damn tough district, and God bless him for it. But what does that mean? What is he trying to say to the rest of us? To the progressive part of the party. And by the way, the progressive part of the party is not new. We're the history of the party. We are the history of the party. He's the new one.
Been around for a while. The problem is people twisted the terminology of what progressive means with all this so-called activism. So they think activism is progressive, and it's not. It's two separate things, and this is the problem that's going on out there. But just want to touch back on the Democratic Party. So what the Republican Party is doing now is they're pretty much trying to go out in the Black and brown community and let them know, say, well, we were the original people that supported you. But like I tell everybody, it's not the same no more, and so when you have the old heads that are still voting Republican, and I tell them, I can't, no disrespect, the prejudice is there. They brought the 1940s and the 1930s back, so you can't live off of that.
They're trying to bring the 1830s.
Right.
And
So they're trying to
you have a lot of Republicans that like to remind people that the Democrats were the party of the KKK and the Democrats were the party of slavery.
Right.
And it's one of those, it's another wing of that wedge issue thing that Democrats find themselves stuck in. And one of the reasons when Connor Lamb says something like that, don't get me wrong, I am not in any way, shape, form, or fashion bashing him. But he's speaking, those are the same New Democrat talking points. The exact same
the
one.
Third way, the new way,
When Democrats ran away from the word liberal is when they failed. The very
more
moment,
liberal. Yeah.
Anytime a Republican said liberal, anytime Fox News said liberal, anytime a politician or a governor or somebody said liberal, Democrats ran from that.
They cringed.
They ran, they cringed, they ran, and they wanted to try to, it was like, well, we're not like this. And
by the way, the word liberal comes from the Latin libre, which means freedom.
Yeah.
The reason they run away from the word progressive is the same reason, because the right has been so effective, so very effective in bashing anyone right left of them as these liberal, radical, progressives, and then they threw in socialists, they threw in communists, and you had a whole bunch. They're the new phrases. And all the Democrats that saw what Bill Clinton did, they said, well, we got to run from it. We got to run from that. The reason a person like Bernie Sanders or Ocasio-Cortez looks like a radical to them is because they're withholding the old Democratic ways of thinking. The idea that if this is the party of corporations, we're the party of the people. The idea that if a CEO for a corporation can make 1,000 times more than the lowest worker, then that lowest worker should be getting enough to be able to take care of himself, his family. And the right has labeled anybody in the Democratic Party with that label, and they ran from it.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is, while the Democrats are running from liberal, progressive, the Republicans are more than happy to take up the mantle of radical. They have no problem with it. They
play on it.
Yeah, they turned patriotism into a catchphrase. I served most of my adult life in the Army, though I hate the word patriot. I hate it now. They have turned the usage of the flag into a political thing. Now,
right.
And if I walk out right now with a flag on, I'm looked at as a patriot, therefore I'm a Republican. The Republicans have learned the lessons of when LBJ beat Goldwater. They learned the lessons of what FDR did and how many terms he got. It's all about marketing to them. But because, and let's just be honest, the Republican Party has not had a good idea since Ronald Reagan. I'm saying it. They have not had a single good idea since Ronald Reagan. The only idea that you will ever hear any Republican come up with is tax cuts. Everything can be solved with tax cuts. More tax cuts, more tax cuts, more tax cuts. Yeah. So if you are a Democrat, all you literally have to do is fight against that. So how do you fight against tax cuts? Increasing taxes on the billionaire class, increasing taxes on estates, increasing taxes on a corporation. Now, you can say, okay, with those taxes, we're going to do this. We're going to offer, if we can't wipe out everybody's student loan, we'll decrease it. We're going to take care of the roads and the bridges, which absolutely need help working on. We're going to take care of the, past the minimum wage. We're going to try to get, instead of making it a minimum wage, we are creating a livable wage. That will be tied to the GDP, things of that nature. But they have to embrace the idea of progressivism in order for them to be able to do it. That's the Democratic Party as it stands right now is in conflict with the man in the mirror. Right. They don't know what they want to have their foot in the land of unions and solidarity with the union workers and the fast food workers and the hospital workers. They want their foot there, but they also want to have their foot in the corporate offices, in the Wall Street. Well, what can we do to help you guys? Because $1 out of my pocket doesn't last as long as $1 out of a hedge fund manager on Wall Street. Mm-hmm. If I gave $100,000 to a senatorial campaign, they'd listen to me. But if I gave 1,000, they might not. But imagine getting $300,000, $500,000. At that point, they're no longer even noticing my little funky $1,000 on the table. And the Democrats want to have they want to straddle the fence and hope that every election, they can scare enough people to keep coming in. You don't beat the Republicans by scaring Democrats. You beat the Republicans by having better candidates, having better ideas, and making sure when you get into the office, be it the White House, be it Congress, be it the State House, be it the governorship, you implement those ideas. Don't promise something that you're not going to do.
You don't get paid off.
Don't let, if you're going to be a Democrat, if you're going to be a progressive liberal Democrat in America in 2022, the very first thing you should say is, I'm going to promise what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to do it. Because the mansions, the cinemas, the moderates, the blue dogs, whatever you want to call those Democrats, are always going to be there. The only way to beat them, you do not act like the Republicans. The Republicans, like I said, have no good ideas. How we have allowed the GOQP to exist and beat Democrats year after year after year with literally the only idea they have is tax cuts. How are they winning?
Let's remember that the national, or what they call party, we generally refer to them on this program as a corporation. The National Republicans have took a vote. The RNC took an actual vote to not have a platform. They did not have a platform in the 2020 election, and they have not had one in 2021, and they have voted going forward that they will have no formal national platform. 6:05 Eastern Time here, our last live program of 2021. This is the Kennedy Effect for December 19, 2021, and a very active and happy, well, I shouldn't say happy. We're a bit riled up, I guess. We're a bit angry, yeah. but a crowded room, thrilled and honored and humbled to have everybody here sharing their time with us on a Sunday evening, our last live program of the year. If you miss any of tonight's program, please know that you can go to our YouTube channel, which is also called That Other Side of Information. Wherever you might be on Facebook, the nearly 100 different places that we shared the program to this week. You can stay right there, listen, watch, enjoy in the background, even for whatever you might be doing on a Sunday evening. However, if you would like to come to our home group Facebook page and take part in the comments section. It's been quite quiet. I've welcomed everybody into the room, but we haven't had a lot of commenting or questioning there yet. You are welcome to place your comments and questions in our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. You will see the program right in the timeline there. Just tap on it. It will expand and you can get to the comments. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family, and the two big head honchos are in the room already with me at hot101.net. Thank you for being here and welcoming us onto your desktops, your laptops, your tablets, your phones. If you are Bluetoothing in the car listening to us, if you are at home, at work, out at play, wrapping presents, whatever it might be, you can listen to hot101.net. There's nowhere that you cannot catch us. Our name is our web address. It's hot101.net. You can find the apps at the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store for Android, and for any other type device, you can use the TuneIn Radio app. Just go to the search bar and type in hot101.net, and you will find us. And then remember, America's new favorite game show, see how many Alexas Jeff can trigger, and that you can tell Alexa to, hey, Alexa, play hot101.net. And our friends and family at TCP, the big addition to the family this year. We are proud to be part of TCP, their global internet radio, WTCP, their Roku channel where you can see the program. I believe our program is still airing on TCP. I think either Monday evenings or Tuesday evenings. I'm not certain. You would think I would know such a thing since it's our program, but I trust them. They air it. We're all good. That said, let's get back into it. Lex is in the room but turned everything off. I was going to ask him about 2021, but we can just keep going. I was going to ask him the same thing. What do you think of when you think of 2021? But I will. We'll keep going. When I asked you all what you first thought of when you thought of 2021, no one said directly COVID. No one said pandemic. Still. We talked insurrection. There were tax cuts. There were frustrations with passing legislation, elections. But no one actually stood up and said pandemic. And it seems to me that this year has been bookended by these two truly major events. And that would be the pandemic continuing, especially the huge spike at the beginning of 2021 in the winter months of 2021. And then we ended, and I guess we began it with an insurrection. We end it with yet another spike, a fifth wave of this pandemic. No one mentioned that. Have we become
used to
this now? Are we used to this?
Is this our
bad
future?
normal? It is bad
It's the
normal.
norm. It's no different than, I hate to say it, what it is that because we're a tech savvy world, we had SARS that broke out. The last big wave was AIDS. Before AIDS, you had the chicken pox, then you had tuberculosis. So it happens in America. And so just like those became the norm, this is again the norm. Now AIDS has it where you can live a normal life. You know what I'm saying? And so this is becoming the norm. So here you had the virus breakout, and now you explained it, Jeff. Now this second strain is not as bad. That's how they're putting it out there. So when people hear that term, it's not as bad, they're gonna go about their life. And a
Well,
lot of them are disrespecting of it when you're in stores or whatever, and because I'll have conversations with people and they'll get no, just back up. You know, the virus is still out there. Oh, it ain't real. You can't say it's real if you have people and you know friends and family that has passed away from complications that set in from that. And so you
Matt,
have
we have
so you
passed
yeah,
800,000 deaths in the United
Yeah.
States. We lead the
Yeah.
planet. We lead the planet in deaths, not as a sheer number, as a percentage of our population. We lead the planet in deaths. There is now, mathematically at least speaking, no one left in the country who does not know someone who, or know someone who knows someone who has died from this virus. The newest strain, of course, is not. So just to back up what April had said, and I think we talked about this before we went live, the Omicron strain is not as deadly, period. Science tells us this. It does, however, spread at a 3 to 4 times greater rate than the original strain or the Delta variant. The Delta variant was more deadly, but did not seem to spread as quickly. This one spreads at a 3 to 4 times rate from the original and the Delta, although it is not as deadly. And especially if you are fully vaccinated, I'm proud and pleased and blessed enough to say I am fully vaccinated. Were I to contract COVID at this point, especially the Omicron variant, I would essentially feel kind of the way I do right now, tired, just a tiny bit stuffy. I still have that damn tickle in my throat that I had at the beginning of the program, ruined the whole beginning of the program. But I still have that little tickle, get a tiny, I have a bit of a cough, but not, I wouldn't really notice that I was sick as such. And that's where we find ourselves.
I think, go ahead, Chris.
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, I wonder if we kind of don't, it was so horrible under Trump because we had this like denial. And then 2021, we have a president that believes in science. And do we feel to a point more like this will be handled better under Biden? I know I do. I think from a health perspective, and Thomas, you were saying, you're like, we had to get rid of Trump. It's going to be better with Biden. You might not be on board with him with everything, but like, to me, I feel like there's not going to be propaganda. There's going to be the information. It's going to
have an idiot doing things. That's
that's a really easier way of kind of just doing it.
We don't have an idiot. We don't have a narcissistic asshole.
So it's like it's better politically. Like the political environment for COVID is better, and that makes us dealing with it. Even though everything might be all things, there's we had our vaccine. Let's talk about that too. We got the vaccine. We're vaccinated, so many of us. So it feels liberating. Like I felt like when I've got fully vaccinated, I felt,
I just think it comes down to it's more than, I think people are burned out, not by the actual virus itself, but the disinformation that has come out because of this virus. You have people who have found every way except vaccination to try to rid themselves of this virus. You have heard of, horse deworming. You've heard of iodine and betadine and bleach and hydroxychloroquine and magic dirt. And people, I don't think people are burned out by COVID. I think people are still very weary and still wear their masks and stuff like that. It's just, we spent almost all year hearing about the new way people are trying to not get this virus. That becomes tiring That is bone weary tiring. When here you are, you're a smart person. You said, okay, this is a thing. I'm gonna wear my mask. Then you see videos and go to stores where you see people, freedom, take your mask off. This is tyranny. And you're going, oh gosh. So then they say, hey, we have a vaccine. You take your first dose. And then you start hearing people talk about, well, it's gonna give you, magnetic and you're not gonna shoot that government stuff in me, and it's got a tracking chip, and you go, okay. And then you get the second dose, and you hear more of it. It's like the further on the vaccine went, the worse humans in America got. It's a constant slog every day, be it social media, be it real life,
Because of
be it
social media,
television, be it news.
Yeah.
You know, a
It's
guy
too much.
a guy shot a clerk because she told him to put on a mask.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen videos where people are snatching people's masks off and throwing them down. I mean, they turned Dr. Fauci into like the second coming of Adolf. It comes to the point where you're just like, you know what? I'm vaccinated, wife's vaccinated, kids vaccinated. I don't care anymore. I just don't care. I don't care anymore. And as sad as that is to sound, that's where that individuality amongst Americans becomes the worst. Because no matter how many times you say to yourself, okay, I'm vaccinated, this family's vaccinated, but we're still going to take precautions, you realize that you're going to go out into a populace where people have sucked down horse dewormers. They have drank iodine. They have, tried to nebulize their kids with hydrogen peroxide. And these people are still here. They know somebody that died from COVID. They had a family member that died from COVID. They had a friend that died from COVID. They still do not believe the science. They don't believe.
There's been so much misdirection.
Yeah, and you get to the point where the reason I didn't even bring it up is because I am not over this virus. I will be wearing my mask until somebody tells me otherwise.
You have to. And to reiterate on that, the problem is that a lot has to do with social media. Social media can be good and it can be a double-edged sword. So you have young people who feed into the propaganda of social media. Prime example, Bill Gates. He's a big advocate for it, but when you do history on him, you see a lot of the negativity he has done, and then he's all about the money. So it kind of makes, I'm not gonna lie, I have my shot. It does make me leery because I'm like, what are you gaining from this, dude? Why do you have a say so? Because you have money? So this is where it shows, because you have money, you're literally dictating to people what to do. Like, you're not even a freaking doctor. And this is where you get that iffiness from, like, okay, so you're not a doctor, but you're telling America what they need to do. But then you have the history of him in Africa doing this experimental stuff. And this is where people get leery of wanting to get vaccinated, because you got a person who pretty much is where he's at because of his mom being part of IBM, and he got where he got, you know what I'm saying, and doing what he's doing. So it's scary when you have somebody who does not have a medical background telling, because you have money, you get to tell people why does a person that does not have a medical background have this say so on America? And that's freaking scary. And this is where the doubtness is coming from, getting the shot.
Let me ask the big boss, because I didn't get to ask you when you first appeared on the screen, sir. I want to back up to the beginning of the program just a little bit. When I say to you, DJ Lex, big boss, when I say to you 2021, what do you think? What do you first think of?
Thinking about what changes are going to come through. What new things are we going to experience? Are we still going to be going through this BS of, new variants, and is anything going to change?
Is your you don't have to take my word if it's the wrong word, but is your fear for 2022 that it's going to be way too much like 2020 and 2021?
Really?
I don't know what to expect with everything that's
It's about
going on, it's all about the dough. You're right. It's
they're
politics
playing it,
and money,
playing it.
you know. And if they could benefit from it, they're gonna do it.
And that's what's going
know,
on. That's
I'll tell you
exactly
what,
what's
I'm
going
not
on.
vaccinated. I don't care to, you know, and I'm at the biggest risk because I'm a DJ, so I'm always in the crowd. I mean, I take precautions when I'm actually working, but I don't feel the need to put something in my body that I don't know what it is. I mean,
Right.
I don't know what's in ibuprofen. I don't know what's in Tylenol. I still take it, but I won't get a vaccination because the government's always, they tricky, man. They trying to do something slide, like, you know. I don't want no chip in my body. I don't know what they're putting in there. If they're trying to kill us off or whatever, I'm not going to be statistics. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
And see, and you have a right to feel that way. This is what I'm trying to say about Bill Gates. You are out here having a public opinion about everything, and you're not a doctor. And so you get a lot of that misinformation out there, and then you have doctors going up there telling you, well, it's not really a vaccine, it's altering in your DNA. So you have doctors saying that too. So I got my Johnson & Johnson shot. Did I get a booster? No. Did I get a placebo? I don't know, because a lot of them in the beginning, when they were giving out shots, they were giving out placebos, trying to
I
see.
got Johnson & Johnson baby powder in my bathroom. That's
So
all I got.
this is, and so it's all about money. It's not even about. It's they had to do something because businesses were folding and the businessman of America was losing money. So this is where they started
So
having
I
to
live
do
in Florida.
something.
I live in Florida. They shut us down completely for that month. But the governor, you know, he was more worried about the business owners. So they opened up with stipulations. Did everybody follow the rules? I was DJing and there was only supposed to be a certain amount of people. Place was packed. They don't care. It's all about what you can get
The
out.
money.
And the Netherlands actually today received a phone notification from the Guardian that the Netherlands is going back into a lockdown. I would only say, if you are worried about, you know, one of my cats has a chip. If you're worried about a chip and you're worried about being tracked, let me just offer you this.
They could track your phone.
You already
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
The computer.
Don't worry about that.
yeah,
Right.
they're worried
You're
about,
already
they're worried
being
about
tracked. And let me
man.
also say, I am no doctor. I am no doctor. I am not. I am not a medical professional in any way, shape, or form. But for you, Lex, I'd like to see you around for many, many, many decades. You had to take, I believe the number is between 23 or 29 different vaccinations just to attend public school.
Yeah.
And so did I. And you're okay. And you will be fine with this one. And you will be fine with this one too. And I don't say that because I know anything better or more than anybody else, but because I want to see you around.
I think what it is the fact. I think what it is the fact that when they did them shots back then, they did trial studies. Really, in reality, they came out with this, even though they had it on file because they had SARS prior. And this is a different type of SARS that's mutated, but it's a SARS that's mutated due to man's manipulating it.
Well,
This is really a disease.
The way I understand this vaccine, and I will try to put it, and I want you folks at home, if you're in the comments section, the phone line is open. You correct me if I'm wrong. I tell you on this program every single week that you correct me if I am wrong. I'm happy to learn what I do not know. Here is what I know about the creation of this vaccine. For all intent and purpose, let's assume for the sake of argument, it's like a pile of Lego bricks. There's 10 bricks. 9 of them are already assembled. What was missing was the virus. This is how we make vaccinations now. 10 building blocks, 9 of them are already assembled. The only one that's missing, the only hole in the puzzle, if you will, that's missing is what virus are we creating a vaccine for? And that is why we could get this vaccine so fast, is because the building blocks, the prep work, if you will, was already there. Probably a gross oversimplification. Pancakes. The batter's done. The pancakes are on the grill. What do I put on top? blueberries, raspberries, chocolate chips, peanuts, almonds. What do I put on top? We made the batter, we cooked the pancakes. What do we add to them? That is a gross oversimplification. I absolutely understand that, but I'm trying to make an analogy. That is how we got COVID vaccines so quickly, is because the prep work was already done. The building blocks, we put the 9 pieces of the 10-piece puzzle together. We just simply had to plop is a terrible word to use. We had to insert that last bit.
I think what it is that you got to understand with Black and brown people, when they came out with
and I can, and I will never, and I can't. I didn't grow up that way. I can't.
Right,
it's one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons why you and I are as close as we are. Is I didn't grow up like you, and you didn't grow up like me, and we get to talk about these different experiences.
But see, this is what I'm talking about. History itself, when they did that experiment on the men with the syphilis disease.
Yeah.
So you had people, even Black and brown people that were in the army back in the 60s and 50s, that they experiment on, villages that they experimented on in Africa, and people in communities all through America that we probably even heard about because they sealed them records. So you also got to understand, this is where you had more of a Black and brown people being more skeptic, because they don't know if this is them experimenting on us, because now America's so messed up. So this is the fear you have, and a lot of them, they remember that. You can't guarantee that that's not happening. So this is that also also happens.
And Chris, you and I mean, let's just look at this. You and I didn't grow up that way. We don't have. There's such a laundry list of things that you and I don't have to worry about, and that our other panelists have to worry about. It's just
absolutely. And I want to talk from being a medic in the Army. And I want to go from kind of like that perspective, a little bit of a healthcare perspective on this. There's a lack of institutional trust. Black and brown people do not have it from racial aspects. And to a point, it's part of why they don't engage in the political process sometimes. They just don't trust the institutions.
They don't like us. Let's just call it what it is.
Advancement of intelligence.
American political systems, America's medical institutions, they don't like us.
It wasn't made for us.
And as bad as this is going to sound, it has to be said. The distrust that African Americans have towards every institution in America is well founded, but we've always been treated like we're crazy. You know, the Tuskegee experiment happened, but even when it was going on, people were talking about it. They're like, well, that's impossible. You talk to somebody who's not a student of history, and you tell them that this happened, the first thing they're gonna go is, that was real? Yeah, it actually happened. It's the same thing with American politics.
It's the same for the Tulsa massacre, for all of it, slavery, everything.
1902 in East St. Louis.
Birth control, Planned Parenthood, all of that.
We have, I make TikTok videos. So I made a video a couple of days ago where I said, and this is true, neither political party like us very much. They don't. You know, the Republicans will use us in our progress to scare suburban white folks into voting for us. The Democrats will listen to us, take a couple of notes, get into power, and do nothing to help us. When COVID hit, the hardest hit people were Black, brown, and poor folks. Black, brown, and poor folks. They were the hardest hit. And the disinformation that was put out, well, naturally, Black folks, we're gonna look at it and go, wait a minute, hold on. You came up with that vaccine way too fast. Now, that is a natural reaction from anybody who has had a history of Black people in America. Anybody, any Black person. I myself was like, Black and brown. We're like, whoa, wait a minute. That came up too fast. And even the ones of us that actually did do it, they were still like, I caught COVID that one time. I got over it. I went, but it has to be something like that. So when you look at these historical institutions in America, the reason you don't see a whole lot of Black folks, actively out there we're out there, we're the ones out there voting for the Democrats, and we're doing blue because we know the secret to every institution in this country, be it banking, health, military, politics. We know we are the uninvited guests. We will always be the uninvited guest. And almost every demographic looks at African Americans in some way, shape, form, or fashion in a little bit of a negative light. The medical community. How many horror stories have you heard? And we're not even talking COVID, just horror stories about people going in. They've had severe pain, bleedings, and things of that nature, but they're told by the medical professional, well, you don't really need any pain medication, because they believe that Black folks are coming in faking pain so that we can get pain meds.
Or they think Black people don't feel pain. Remember back in they used to do experiments on when they were doing hysterectomies or whatever on women in the Planned Parenthood. Back in the early 1900s, all the way up to the 1950s, 1970s, they said we don't feel pain.
Yep.
We were experimenting on it, and if they wanted to try something new, we were the ones.
They were going to tell you all a disturbing story. Since we have talked so much about history, let me tell you this quick story. It was late March, early April of 2019, when the pandemic was basically beginning, as it were, in this country. The Trump regime had made the decision to shut down the country. And let's remember why that decision was made, folks. It was not made to protect any of us. It was done because the hospital systems could not handle the flood of patients. Because our hospital system, as it were, if you want to call it a system, is run pretty much like a business and a warehouse. It's running just in time. Hospitals make money when beds are full. That means that there are no empty beds when pandemics like this happen. It's the difference between a for-profit health system, as it were, or health industry, as we have in this country. The rest of the world has a health system. The NHS can keep, the NHS, the National Health Service in the UK, can keep warehouses full of ventilators. And by the way, they did. They had no equipment shortages. They didn't have PPE shortages. They didn't have medicinal shortages. And they didn't have a shortage of beds, because the government runs everything and pays everything, including all of the employees are employees of the government. Anyway, so that is why, let's remember why we shut down. We didn't shut down to crush small businesses. We didn't shut down, I don't think really at the most macro view of it was really to protect anybody. It was to save the hospitals, because they didn't have the beds to take care of us. So now we get to around now we get to around April 15th of 2019. Science breaks and the news breaks, as April and Sergeant Mack had talked about, that the overwhelming preponderance of deaths from this virus were coming from essentially a few different places: the elderly, the already sick, and Black and brown folk. The Trump regime had a plan in place with the help of Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci, and believe it or not, the Postal Service. We were going to shut down the entire economy, and every single American, every resident of the country, not just citizen, every resident of the country was going to be mailed a package of masks. So we were going to stay home, and everybody was going to get a box of 5 masks through the Postal Service at no cost, by the way, because it's the only, because as much as we have tried to destroy the Postal Service, it is the only infrastructure that could pull something like this off. And then the news broke. Science says the elderly, the sick, and Black and brown folk are the ones who are dying. Trump administration canceled that plan and decided to reopen the economy. Because, by the way, if it was Black and brown folk that were dying, and they were dying predominantly in blue states, well, that's good for Republicans. It's good for business.
Oh yeah.
And it's
and
good
America's
for money.
quick to forget. And
So
America's quick to forget.
that little bit. There's that little bit of sad history.
America sometimes to me reminds me of a carnival barker. We spend a whole lot of time telling the rest of the world how great we are without actually doing anything. Because like right now, if you were to break down the essence of what makes America great, it's the fact that we have nukes. That's it. We have enough of a nuclear stockpile and a nuclear arsenal to wipe a country off the planet. We can do that. And anytime America has to reconcile with its past, i.e. racism, its past, i.e. We used to be able to do this, but now we have to do this. Any single time that happens, the people in power in America will always go for the alternative.
Mm-hmm.
If you can send every resident in America free mass, but you then find out, oh, well, the predominance of people that are dying are black and brown folk, we don't care. We're going to go with the alternative, which is let's open up everything.
And if that doesn't send a signal, nothing does.
It does. And that's the thing. That is America. That is the essence of America. Mm-hmm. We could do better. We really could do better. We just don't, depending on who we're going to do it for. That's the carnival barker mentality. That's the biggest problem with this country. It's that carnival barker mentality.
Well, let me ask this question of the group. And again, let's just be blunt about it. I don't look like Sergeant Mac. I don't look like April. I don't look like Lex. And I'm much less good looking as Chris. We didn't grow up the same. We just didn't. We didn't grow up the same. So for me to try to pontificate about your experiences in this country is folly. I know what I know from knowing you and from learning history and so on. So let me ask you about this very odd dichotomy, I guess you could call it. It's a fortunate dichotomy, but let me ask you about it anyway. We have seen that the largest demographic in the country that has really bailed out Democrats and Democratic candidates in this country has been women of color. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We're talking about your suspicions, your hesitations within this system, and the sometimes tuning out that folk of color will take in within the system just to completely walk away from it. It's not for me, so I'm not taking part. We saw a 19% voter participation rate in Philadelphia in 2021. And I've heard from some folks of color, because shocker, if you're not sitting down, shocker, some folks of color live in Philadelphia. I've heard from them that they didn't support some of the Democratic statewide candidates in Pennsylvania because they didn't pick them, because they were chosen for them by the big boss in Philadelphia. Uh-huh. So with all of that said, with all that stage set, how do Black women of color, I shouldn't even just say Black women, but women of color, why are they still the ones that come out and bail Democratic butts out every time? How do those two things go together with the disinterest, the suspicion, but yet they're the ones that continue to bail out Democratic candidates?
Simple answer, the very simplest answer I can give you, because they know.
We're built that way.
The backbone.
They were built that way.
The backbone of the Black experience in America is the Black woman.
Yeah,
I don't care. You can talk about the greatness of a football player. You can talk about the greatness of a boxer. You can talk about the greatness of a war fighter. Backbone
woman
of the Black experience in America was, always has been, always will be, regardless of what people say, Black women. And what has happened over the past, I'll say 40 years. We'll say 40 years. What was once a secret only to Black people is now the saviors of this country. Black women are always going to go with their gut. If a Black woman likes a candidate and likes what that candidate says, they will vote for it. The litmus test for every single solitary Democrat running in office in 2022 is, do Black women approve? Now, as a Black man, I should be like, well, it's both of us. No, because historically, Black women have looked at the future. Black men have looked at the present. We're wondering what's in it for us now. Are we getting the money now? Is it going to happen now? And we've also been the ones that when it doesn't happen that way, we're disinterested. Like, okay, it's not for me. Black women, on the other hand, they look at the future. They look at what is being left for our children, what is being left for our grandchildren, what is being left for our community. It has always been Black men. When a Black woman tells you something's not right, it gives you 10 times more credence than if I say it. Now, if I say it, I might have all the historical documents and everything for it, and it's not right. A Black woman will simply say, it doesn't feel right to me. And that'll be the end of it. That's the person you listen to. Listen to her. Don't listen to me. Listen to her. Because what's going to end up happening, is 99 out of 100% of the time, out of 99 out of 100% of that time, that Black woman's gut beats any election prognosticator around. If she does not like a candidate, it is because she is seeing something within that candidate that is wrong for her kids, wrong for her grandkids, wrong for her community. That's the person you follow. Black women have routinely saved the Black community. They have routinely saved the Black family. That's why I will say constantly, you don't have to marry a Black woman. You don't have to like a Black woman, but you have to defend and protect her, because that is going to be the person that 99 out of 100% of the time, when she says it, it's going to eventually happen. What America has all of a sudden woken up to is that knowledge. The reason we don't have Roy Moore in Alabama in the Senate right now is Black women. The reason Warnock are sitting in the Senate from Georgia right now is Black women. The reason Joe Biden is sitting in the White House right now is Black women. The reason Kamala Harris who did she appeal to? She didn't appeal to Black men. She appealed to Black women. And Black women are going to be the ones that are going to hold her accountable if things go wrong. So, apparently, and like I said, this must have been a secret. Black folks have always known this. Black women are the ones that said, okay, if taking this vaccine is going to help me take care of my family, I'm going to take the vaccine. They're also the ones that say, the reason we don't like it is because of the Tuskegee experiment. Do you remember that? Oh my goodness, I didn't know that. Black women are the ones that are going to remind you. Black women are going to be the saviors of this country, whether we want them to or not. I will say that to anyone, anywhere, at any time. If you get a Black woman to back you, she will. You will win. But if you get into a seat of power and you do not follow through on what you promised those Black women, they will also get you out of it. Black women are the saviors of this country, whether we want to believe it or not. I'm telling you that. That's why. Black women. And there's no, I mean, you can't make it any simpler than that. They are going to always save America. They are always going to pull America back from the brink, because Black women realize there is a motherhood contingent of it. There's a grandmotherhood contingent of it. There's a spouse contingent of it. There's an educated contingency of it. Black women are always going to go with their gut. They're always going to be the ones in the room that will tell you the truth to your face, whether you want to hear it or not. And who is it that the Republicans and all these people have done all these laws against.
Mhm.
Why do we have voter suppression laws now? Who are they thinking of? Stacey Abrams. They're thinking of Black women. A Black woman backing a candidate is this: you've won. You don't have to win me over. You don't have to win over if a Black woman says, I'm supporting them, but I'm supporting him, she's gonna win. But they are also going to be the litmus test. You piss off Black women and watch what happens. Black women are the reason America is not as bad as it could be. Because you can't lie to them. A Black woman will read right through you. They'll look at you, go, that don't even sound right. That's not even something that sounds feasible. And how many Black women do we have in the Senate?
Not enough.
Not enough. Because you cannot, Manchin and Sinema cannot pull that bull with a Black senator. A Black woman senator is she's not going to call it to you just to your face. She's going to the Senate floor. She's going, Mr. Manchin, Senator Manchin, I know people in West Virginia. They are starving. They are hurting. They have no health care. They are losing their homes, losing their families. What are you doing about it? Excuse me, Senator Sinema. Why do you even work here? Do you even work here? I'm telling you, a Black woman is going to save this country. The first female president of the United States will be a Black woman. Mark my words. And I guarantee you, things are going to change. The 40
hard decisions will be made.
Yes, and it won't just be made for the benefit of a certain class.
Mm-hmm.
A Black woman ain't got look. A Black woman is like, I didn't have money before.
Yeah,
I don't need it now. I'm not about to sit here and let you, just tell me. Come on.
We can make a meal out of $10.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can make a meal out of $10.
And I've been
and feed them 10 people out of $10.
And
yeah,
I've been
so.
April's not gonna enjoy the April's not gonna enjoy the shower here, but I have been with her at places where I have been toe to toe, face to face with folks. She'll just walk in a room, everybody goes quiet. She said, "What are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about?" The person I'm arguing with gives their side, I give my side. She goes, look at the other one and go, "Now shut up, you listen to him." Walk away, and the discussion's over.
That's because that's April.
The discussion's over.
You don't want no smoke with April.
Look, a black woman in a corporate office, a Black woman in any office whatsoever, a Black woman in any office whatsoever she will make things work. If Black women can feed 5 kids with $10, if a Black woman can find a way to get her kids shoes and coats, the biggest fear that the people in power have are Black men, because you cannot lie to them. You could probably try to fool them, but you can't lie to them because they will turn it on and turn it off quickly. And as the son of a single mother, I watched my mother do miracles. Literally, I'm like, I don't know how she did it. We got nothing for food in the house, but yet we're eating. I didn't have a coat, now I got a coat. That's the biggest fear that the people in power have. That fear right there. The fact that Black women will call you on your crap. They will. You can't BS a Black woman. And I'm serious. The very first female president will be a Black woman. And when I tell you things are going to change, they're going to change. You can't, because they're not going to allow the same
Nonsense.
level of toxic masculinity, profit over people, taking care of this small group as opposed to the collective. That ain't gonna happen. The true heart of progressivism in America is a Black woman. And
Chris,
I will say that to anybody, anywhere, without a single shred of fear at all, because nobody can argue with it. I want somebody to show me. Go ahead.
Who's that next group? Who's the next group that we either need to grow, develop, communicate better with, that we can say, maybe even point to Black women as an example and say, we need you to do that. We need you to be that. We need you to be that next big group.
Yeah. So I think we should reach everybody. I think when Democrats try to start talking in their values, and we start trying to, there was a study done many years ago about how Black women, little girls in school, would prioritize helping their other students, even if they didn't have their homework done. And it's that Black woman empathy is the backbone that they have in their core value. And there just is something so empathetic about them, that caring, that compassion. You know, I really get frustrated when I hear about Black women having a temper or all that stuff, because we never really look at the fact that a Black woman will be there for you. I think Thomas really made a beautiful, talked about his mother, and you talked, April, about $10 feeding 10 people, right? You didn't go for that steak dinner, right? You didn't pick up that extra steak. You fed the 10 people. And when Black women have that core of who we are, and it's not just the empathy and the fact that I went through these experiences, so I understand it. Arthur Cart talks about, well, she went through an experience. She's like, I would never want somebody to go through what I went through. That's why I'm going to support, I'm really paraphrasing this, gay people. She's like, because of what I went through. And she is radical at the time saying this. This is something she is getting. LBJ wants to kick her out of the White House, and she's fighting for everybody. And I think that spirit is more of a culture. I think we need to bring the culture of empathy to everybody that Black women have. And I will also say there's another thing about, you asked the question, why do they bail it out? Why do these groups bail them out? Why do Black women bail it out? And as a queer person, I'm speaking from that experience. I've heard this when women of color say this, I really I feel that same way too. I don't have a choice. I'm not, queer people do not have first-class citizenship in this Commonwealth. I do not have, marriage is technically still illegal by the law. We won't even pass up there in Harrisburg the right for me to love who I want to love. Yeah, sure, there's been the courts have thrown it out, but there's not those layers of legal protection. It is still illegal in the Constitution for me to be married. I don't really feel, and I'm seeing April, if you're watching, she's just shaking her head yes. And I'm going to pivot to her to kind of speak about that feeling that when you kind of feel like, I feel like it's, oh, I won't vote. I feel like I have to vote blue no matter who. I hate that. I hate that. Another big smile from April. I hate that feeling. I know I have to be protecting my rights and the rights of the people I love.
Right.
I have members, people of color in my family that I'm also voting for. I have, friends and all these other people in my community who are, I don't have the right not to vote Democrat, is how I kind of feel. And that's really pathetic that the Republicans hate people. So I don't think all Republicans, but I think the apparatus has been built.
Anybody with a tone to the skin, because this is this is the thing. People when as Black folks, the political world separated Black and brown. The bottom line is, if you got any melatonin to your skin, you're Black. It's the
very much so.
And so that's where we have to say Black and brown. So, but in reality, we all are Black, whether they like it or not. If you got a melatonin, you're Black. The problem is that America still hasn't taken that 1/3 out of the Constitution. So when you fight to keep that there, there's always going to be that doubt that you see us as equals. And in reality, America belongs to the Blacks. And that's the fear. That's the fear, in a sense, altogether. Like I said, they call them Latins, but they're really Taínos. So that term was taken away because they didn't want to acknowledge the original Aborigines to the area where they be. So long as you have that terminology in there in the Constitution itself, which is an open-ended Constitution, but they choose not to change it for the sake of taking away that power. They're scared that if we do this, what are we going to unleash? And this is where they're terrified. Those of power that be there, that are rich, that feed off them. That the way we said this down to even the police, the original police force. People don't realize, understand the term cops. This is where people don't understand. You have constables. Okay, constables were the original law enforcement of America. All right, cops only came into play, and you know what cops used to do, why they were created, right? Do you know why they were created? They were slave chasers.
The
Thank
slave
you.
patrols,
Slave
the
patrols.
original
And
slave
so,
patrols in the South.
right, so the history of police are that. And so when you got a person of color that understands that history, that animosity is going to be there. They purposely try now across the states, not all of them, in the state of PA, they don't recognize constables as being law enforcement, but they are. And the local police like constables, but constables have more jurisdiction than the police do. But PA doesn't recognize it. And some states do. You know what I'm saying? So this is understanding that. So the original constables were people of color. Original Congress was Indians, Black, brown. And what happened was they were scared to run. And when they seen that these people were of color in positions, that's when like, okay, we don't want them having it. And then when they seen them growing, they started making laws to fight against them. You know what I'm saying? When they had people in original congressmen, they wrote laws so they wouldn't be able to run. And it's not just the Democratic Party, it was the Republican Party that had something to do with this. So also getting back to earlier what I was saying, I had texted Jeff the double Santa Claus because we talked about that. He actually brought that up to me. And a lot of what happened in America in 2019 and 2020 was a double Santa Claus clause, where that's how it looked like the Republicans were doing something, because they would take away something and it would be implemented back as their own. Trump did it when he was trying to get the Black people to endorse him about the Black colleges. It was already in place and he took it away and he implemented it back, making it look like it was his, and it wasn't. It was already there. There's a lot of things they do. So this is what's going on when the Republicans do things. They take away things and they bring it back. You know what I'm saying? But it was already there. But we have America who doesn't know civics 101. Me and Jeff talks about this a lot.
They really
so
don't.
when you don't
Talk a
have
lot about
civics 101, you don't understand anything that's going on, and that's the problem.
It is nearly impossible to complain about how your government operates if you do not understand how it operates. Lex, I want to ask you a question. I want to see if we can get, once we get past I'll reset everything at the top of the hour. There's that tickle. That sounds really nice on the air when I'm coughing. I want to reset the program at the top of the hour. But before when we get into the 7 o'clock hour, I want to see if we could all try to look ahead a little bit into 2022. But Lex, I wanted to ask you, and I might be singling you out a tad unfairly, but you said you don't find yourself a terribly political person. I don't know how much news you consume or where you take your news in. And God bless you. That's America. If you choose not to follow that kind of thing, that's your choice. Do you think, though, as someone who doesn't make, I mean, I live this, I do this, I've been like this since I came out of the womb. So I'm a little different that way. But do you think our country can continue to be disengaged, or do we all need to do a tiny bit more? It might not be run for office. It might not be 6 hours of cable news at night or whatever that is, but just glancing at the New York Times online or the Guardian or the BBC, or just kind of catching up on the headlines, or even just changing our phone settings to get the headline to say there was a plane crash here, this many jobs were created, or this budget item was passed. Can we afford as a nation to continue to be disengaged, or do we need to really raise the level of engagement?
Change. I mean, honestly, I think we should have term limits on these people instead of them being in office for 20, 30 years. We need
I
fresh
agree.
fresh faces, fresh ideas, people coming in, you know.
I agree.
I just think that these people are in office too damn long and they're too comfortable. And they make promises they don't keep, and they just keep making mistakes and they don't care. They don't care. It's at our expense because we're the we're paying them, you know, and I don't think, I think they need to be 4 years, just like the president, or 8 years, whatever, and out somebody
door.
fresh and new. I think April should run for president.
I just want April to run. I just want April to run for the Democratic committee with me here in the state, but we'll cross that. 7:01 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is December 19th, 2021, and this is the final live episode of the Kennedy Effect for 2021. Let us be the first, and if we're not the first, let us be among the many, to wish you a very peaceful, happy, and safe holiday season. Whatever holidays you may celebrate, or if you celebrate none, we hope you enjoy the following 2 weeks. Christmas Eve on Friday, Christmas on Saturday, Boxing Day on Sunday, New Year's Eve the following Friday, New Year's Day the following Saturday. We hope you will be safe. We hope you enjoy your holiday season. If you spend time with family, we hope that you are all safe as you do it. Masks, vaccinations, if you choose, whatever it is, we hope you are safe and happy and that you enjoy the final 2 weeks of 2021. Wherever you might be listening or watching across the Facebook universe, the nearly 100 different places that we have shared the program to this week, we thank you very much. And at the end of the program, I'm going to try to remember to read the list of all the places that we share the program, because we are grateful to every single group, every single page, every single person that not only watches and listens to this program every single week, but all of you that continue to share it, tell your friends and family, that you invite to our group as we continue to grow this very, very homegrown effort. No advertisers, no money. This is not the part Lex wants to hear. No money, no nothing coming in. This is pure homegrown information for you every Sunday, and quite possibly very soon every Wednesday. Much shorter. If we do Wednesdays, it's going to be a quick hit, quick hour in and out. You can only take me in small doses anyway, folks. Let's just be blunt about that. Anyway, that said, wherever you are across the Facebook universe, stay exactly where you are, or you can come and join us. That other side of information is our home group Facebook page. Come into the comment section, ask a question, leave a comment. If I see it, I will make it part of the conversation. Hot101.net, the address is our website, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, the TuneIn Radio app, and you can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net, and of course, TCP, Cultured Professional from Lancaster, PA. Folks, let's try a little bit to turn the page as we have broken the 7 o'clock hour, going into our third hour of the program, and let us see if we could look ahead a bit. Whoever wants to jump up first, I'll take it. What is it that you are maybe hoping for? What are you looking forward to? How do we hope that 2022 will be different than 19, 20, and 21? We know inside PA, we're going to have a new governor elected. One of our U.S. senators will have a new U.S. senator. Our entire congressional delegation is up for re-election. A good chunk of the legislature is up for re-election. Well, the House is up and part of the Senate. There'll be different, and that'll be happening across the country. The entire U.S. House is up, a third of the Senate. There are gubernatorial races across the country. What are we, if I just kind of lay on the table hopes, fears, anticipation, whatever it might be, if I just just drop the topic on the table, 2022, what are we all let me just drop it there and I'll let you fill in the blank. How about I do it that way? I start the sentence, you finish it. 2022.
Pass the freaking infrastructure bill so we can start getting our schools back to where they were.
Well, the infrastructure bill did pass. You're talking about Build Back Better. The social spending, the social infrastructure bill. We have the hard infrastructure bill. You want to see the social infrastructure bill passed. No one has mentioned the John Lewis Act, the PRO Act, the Voting Rights Act.
You know what? That right there, between the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the George Floyd Policing Act, that those two really, really hurt. They hurt me that they weren't able. They didn't even. I mean, the Congress passed it, but the Senate hasn't even. Like, Chuck Schumer made it perfectly clear that he tabled both of them. Badly, because number one, let's just go with voting rights. The Supreme Court and several states have made it their mission to make it harder for Black folks to vote. There can be no ambiguity about it. Like, come on, there's anybody that says this is about voter ID is fooling themselves.
Well, one way to win an election, if you can't win an election, change who votes.
Exactly. If you have no good ideas, change the people that can actually vote. So the fact that this was called the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, named after a congressman, a civil rights icon, a person who bled for Black folks to have the right to vote. Literally. Bled.
Yes, literally.
There is blood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge that belonged to John Lewis. And Senate Democrats could not even find a way to bring that to the table. And then you have the George Floyd Fairness and Policing Act, which basically just takes away some of the things that allow police officers to kill unarmed Black folks, unarmed brown folks, unarmed white folks, and get away with it. And that these two fundamental things did not even see the light of day in the Senate is heartbreaking. And it goes to show that this is why I say what I'm looking forward in 2022, the Democrats getting their teeth kicked in. Because you couldn't even pass these two bills. You didn't even, Schumer never brought them to the floor. He never brought them to the floor. Like, you looked at John Lewis, you worked with John Lewis, you knew who he was, you knew what he stood for, you knew what he sacrificed, and you couldn't even bring the bill to the floor? You sat and watched a man be choked to death for 8 minutes and 43 seconds at the knee of a cop, and that wasn't enough to stir something inside of you to bring these bills to the... That just hurts. That is the essence of my problem with the DNC right now. These two slam dunk bills that no one can argue about, and you couldn't even bring them to the Senate floor. But now they're scrambling, which is why they're trying to put the infrastructure bill on hold so they can scramble to do this. It's going to be ham-fisted. Manchin and Sinema are not going to do anything because of the filibuster, and it's going to be a wasted opportunity. Like, I got to be honest, 2022, I'm looking at with dread. I am looking at it with a really ugly pit in my stomach because I know this is going to be bad. This is going to be really, really bad. I hope that there are some Democrats that, you know, Marcus Flowers in Georgia, my old commander, Ashley Ehas is running in Pennsylvania. There's a Latino lady that is running against Lauren Boebert in Colorado. I can hope.
Mandela Barnes in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I can hope, but this is going to be bad. This is going to be really, really bad. And me being the cynical villain person that I am, I'm not going to lie about it and say, well, it might, it's not. Everybody, Jeff, you know this. It's going to be bad.
Do you hold any hope that the Democrats will retain either or both houses of Congress?
I'm really hoping that they retain the Congress, if nothing else. But I don't even, like I said, the Democrats are about to lose, and I want everybody to do, like, again, no ambiguity about this. The Democratic Party is not prepared to take on the QAnon-infused, MAGA-infused, cultist, almost Christ-like following that maybe Donald Trump doesn't have, but the people in his party have completely sold out to that. And the Democrats literally are standing here. It's like they're standing in the middle of a road in a very nice suit with a nice tie, holding out their hands to an oncoming 18-wheeler. It's gonna hit them. The only hope I have is that it isn't as bad as I think it is. But seriously, it's bad. Like I said, Ashley Ehoff is running in Pennsylvania. My old command. She's literally my old commander. Marcus Flowers is running against Marjorie Taylor Greene in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
We have some hope. You know, Beto O'Rourke is trying to run for governor in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
But this is going to be bad. We have literally all of 2021, the Republicans have given us the playbook and nobody's been able to stop it yet. Nobody. Now, Trump's going to do some endorsements. They might lose. Trump has done some endorsements. These people have lost. But the Republican Party has already told everybody exactly what they're running on. They're running on CRT. They're running on build that wall. They're running on Trumpism without having Trump there. Matt Gaetz stood in front of a camera, in front of human beings who could hear him, and said that he would like to have Donald Trump as Speaker of the House.
That's scary.
It's like, imagine if you knew it. I'll give you an example. When I was in Afghanistan, we saw a sandstorm coming. It was 5-6 miles away, but it was big. And everybody said, go get something to cover your mouth. And, so I went in, changed, came back. It's a little bit closer. It's bigger. I'm like, well, can't do anything about this. Go inside, grab some food. Don't eat your food outside. Make sure you get it to your tent. I go outside. I go and grab my food from the DFAC. I look, it's closer. It's bigger than I thought it was. It's like, okay, I go, I eat, I make sure I hit the porta potties and everything because I'm not going to go out this thing. By the time I come out, now it's almost on us. And we still weren't ready. Sand got into everything. It got in my mouth. I was wearing a mouth covering over my face. I was wearing my goggles. I had on my soft covered shirt and everything. It still got in my mouth. It still got in my clothes. It still got in my boots. That's what I see the Republicans doing. Come January 1, it's going to ramp up and it's going to be ugly. It is going to be very, very ugly and very, very dangerous.
Like when Reagan was in there?
Yeah, it almost, I think it's going to be almost as bad, if not worse, than when Reagan was there. Because these people are being led by the policies and the cult of personality that is Donald Trump. And nobody in the DNC has been able to find a way to stop it. This is going to be ugly.
And the thing about with Trump, and this is what people don't understand, and it's crazy that and it's there, it's black and white. He purposely knew how to manipulate the community because he's not a smart man, he's a manipulative man. And this is what people don't understand. There's a difference between a narcissist, manipulative person versus a smart man. He's not a smart man. He's a manipulative man. He was groomed to be manipulative.
Right.
He was groomed to take not because he take your money and manipulate you thinking that he's the one to use your money. This man was groomed that way from the time he was little. Even down, he had that persona. I can look like I have it, but I don't have it. If I look like I have it, they're gonna flock to me. Social media made that happen. When he was broke, people didn't realize that he was broke. He turned every asset he had over to his daughter to run, and she continued to run things because he knew that he could not have things in his name. That's something people, and a lot of it's not even out there no more, this information, because he made sure to wipe all that information away, anything about him. On top of it too, when social media and Facebook started new, and reality TV started new, he tapped into that to make his money again because he was broke. To use that, people flock to him, the arrogance and this and that and so on and so forth. And people still to the day saying, oh, he never said on the Jay, what is it? Not Jay Leno, the nice show that if I ever run, I'm going to go to the Republican Party. I remember that broadcast. He did say he was on the show several times. Okay. He palled around with people and so on and so forth. You can't even find that no more now. He knows how to manipulate social media. He knows how to use the power of suggestion. And these were war acts that they did that if you say it enough, it must be true. And so
just to remind folks of what April's talking about before formally announcing, because remember, Donald Trump played with running for president for
8 years.
Multiple terms, at least 08, 12, and obviously ran in 16, but he floated the idea. He floated the idea around going back into the 90s. But he did say
power of suggestion.
But he did say openly in an interview, multiple, and in public, if I ever run for office, I will run as a Republican. Because they can be fooled. Democrats cannot. Even though he, through his life in New York City, was always a very social moderate, if not a social liberal. He didn't care, and said so in multiple interviews. He didn't care if gay people got married. He didn't care if they adopted children. He didn't care, these so-called culture war social issues. He was always very liberal about. It was New York City. That's how it had to be. But he did say repeatedly, if I run for office, I will run as a Republican because I can take over the Republican Party. I can take over the entire thing. I can't take over the Democratic Party.
I think Donald Trump, one of the things that we underestimated him with early on, and I remember saying, people looked at me crazy, and I think it was 2015 when I was like, Donald Trump's going to be a powerful player here in this Republican Party. I don't know if he's going to win. And I said that because I'm like, he knows how to manipulate people. Why? Everybody talks about his real estate transactions. That's one part of his business. What's the other thing he used to run or does run, or I don't even know anymore? Casinos. He built his empire
and golf courses.
Manipulation and weakness.
And that is what people didn't understand. And I even, and Republicans were like, I'm not liking Donald Trump. They started going sour on him. And it's like, I don't understand. He's so like, I'm like, he's a casino mongo. And when they heard that, they were just like, oh my gosh, I was so manipulated. I didn't even realize it. The powerful decades of knowing how to manipulate people is something that Donald Trump was an expert at. And I think that's why it's marketing, it's mental manipulation.
He knows how to do that. Yeah. And the sad thing about it is that he's got on the mic with the Republican Party, but he had always said before that, he loves stupid people. He said this years in interviews when it came to his
I love the uneducated.
He because that's how he was able to not pay people proper wages. This man has lawsuits out of the behind. He learned how to avoid paying anything, but he was groomed that way. You know what I'm saying? So this is a lifelong person that knows how to evade, how to take people's weaknesses and use them against them. And this has been going on from the time he's had the casinos.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he's also, the other thing he's done is he is inspired others.
Yes.
Lauren Boebert has absolutely no reason being in Congress. I've said it before and I will continue to say it. That woman should not be there. Marjorie Taylor Greene should not be there. Paul Gosar was so bad, his own 6 siblings did campaign ads for his opponent. Matt Gaetz shouldn't be there. Jim Jordan shouldn't be there. Louis Gohmert, why is he still here? But Trump's brand of macho,
Arrogance,
but not arrogant, intelligent, but not, his brand of Trumpism has inspired others.
Right.
And the thing is, in 2022, we're going to see a lot. JD Vance in Ohio is an example of what's coming. Is what's coming down the pipe.
But he didn't used to be, though. JD Vance didn't used to be. That's the thing. He didn't used to be. He was very moderate. Always very pro-business, but generally very moderate.
Yeah, but he saw that the tide of the Republican Party is now in Trumpism. So let's say, for example, what I say is true, and the Democrats get beaten by the Republicans come 2022. So 2024 is about to come around. In 2023, and let's just be honest, you're going to see more of that.
Yeah.
If it gets them Senate seats, if it gets them congressional seats, if it wins the state house or 2 or 5 or 10, you're going to see more of it. Which is why what the Democratic Party is going to have to do is they are going to have to embrace that progressive liberal side. If they want to ever win again, they're going to have to embrace that liberal progressive side. These ideas that piss off the donors but are big in the working class, that is going to be their future.
Let me ask the big boss before I lose him. What are you, if I just drop the topic in front of you, just lay in front of you on the desk, 2022, the year coming, what springs to your brain? What are you hopeful for? What do you hope to see? What are you possibly scared to see? If I just lay that in front of you, what pops into your head?
I just hope the gas prices come down.
Well,
I'm going broke over here, bro.
You just gotta understand the philosophy behind the gas prices. People don't really realize that there's always a reserve. Always a reserve. Trump knew he was going to lose.
Manipulated
so he was trying to buy America. So he let the reserves come out almost a year prior before election. Most presidents put the reserve out there towards the end of their term. If you notice, Obama did it too. All right. There's reserves that they can let out, and Biden was trying to let it out, and the Republicans are the ones shutting them down. Okay. So the gas prices itself is just a way of trying to cripple Biden. That's really what it is.
In 2020, or at least the first 3 quarters of 2021, if my memory serves, I did post this article, That Other Side of Information. You can always see the articles that we post. The Facebook group never shuts down. We might not be on the air, but the Facebook group is always there. I did post this article. It was from The Guardian, if I remember. First 3 quarters of 2021, the 5 largest fossil fuel companies in on the planet posted net profits of $174 billion. At the same time that there are places in this country where you're paying just shy of $4 a gallon for regular. There is absolutely no supply chain or justifiable reason for this. It is simply manipulation of transport, manipulation of supply, manipulation of not just supply chain, but manipulation of actually what we're pumping up out of the ground. An agreement between the OPEC nations, which is primarily Saudi Arabia at this point. The other nations don't usually seem to say anything. And the Russian Federation to control prices and raise prices. This is generally why, if you don't believe that these governments have a vested interest or have a rooting side, if you will, in American politics, watch what happens to gas prices under Republican administrations and Democratic
And
administrations.
even the food.
And by the way, Republicans, and I know you're listening because I know you're out there. I know you're listening to the program. And not a ton of you, but there are some. If the Republican president has no control over gas prices, the Democratic one doesn't either. Because when gas prices went up under Trump, you all bitched and moaned about how he had no control over it. It was the oil companies, and it was OPEC, and it was Saudi Arabia, which he was kissing bum up pretty hard. So if he had no control of it, neither does President Biden. You can't have both. But 174 billion in 3/4 of a year in net profits, not gross, net profits. This is a manipulation of the system. And it also leads me to believe that all this hysteria, this manufactured hysteria. Hey, look at that. We actually manufactured something in the United States. We manufactured hysteria about inflation. There is no inflation problem, folks. It's corporations raising prices because you got checks, folks. Folks, you got
the misconception that
you got a child tax credit, you got unemployment, you got support to keep your health care through a pandemic. And damn it, that's not your money. That's the corporation's money.
And
now they want it back. And that's inflation. Go ahead, Chris.
Here's an interesting thought. So we pass a massive infrastructure bill and we get off of fossil fuel as much as we can. What really always, whenever you look at the driving of inflation, what typically happens has been gas prices go way up and then everything has to go up. But then if you stabilize an energy source and you make it on electricity and you can plug it into your solar panel and you get off that dependency on oil altogether, what then happens to the inflation cycle, right? Now, all of a sudden, inflation's a lot harder to manipulate. Markets, there's no force that's really driving, that can drive up prices all that much. And I think that's part of the fear of an oilless economy. What happens post-oil, right? So you can't have that control factors there, right? All of a sudden, people can transport themselves with a solar panel, charging their car in, and living off the grid, so to speak. And now I sound like some crazy libertarian here, but the reality is, the reality is you can, and I think that's where this, that's one of the things that I think is interesting. We're going into an era where we're going to see a new economic system where this variable of oil could be, even if it's not completely off oil, we're greatly reducing our consumption of it. Means the inflation factors get harder, and that whole system, it's a system, it collapses the other aspects of it. So I think that's a really interesting aspect that we don't think about getting off of it. We can finally say, bye, Saudi Arabia, bye, Russia. We don't need you anymore. Just do your own thing. Whatever your weird, crazy government is, you do you, we do we. Okay? Bye.
Chris, doesn't it seem to me that the two things that seem to be unaffected by the normal rules of supply and demand, because the markets are so heavily manipulated and overly subsidized, would be fossil fuel prices and drug prices. We saw gas prices drop during the stay-at-home guidelines because no one was going anywhere. And that's exactly how it should have been, by the way. Because if you're not using it, there's an oversupply, the price is supposed to drop.
That's half the price with this gas price thing. And this inflation, it's like, I ask people, do you want $1.99 a gallon and being locked up at home? I will pay more money to be able to go places than it is to be locked at home at one. I remember when it was $1.99, wanting to give the gas station the middle finger, not the gas station's fault. I understand that. This was just me being a little crazy because I couldn't go anywhere. It's because I was on lockdown and I'm like, it's $1.99 and I want to go out more because of course I'm on lockdown more than ever. And I'm like, I want to take a road trip.
Yeah,
right?
but
you can't really take a road trip under two. Sure, great. Let's bring back. You really want to bring back Trump craziness with the
gas? But gas consumption gas consumption by the American public has still not recovered to the level that it was pre-pandemic, but yet we're paying $3.50 a gallon. This is what I'm talking about. The normal rules. Republicans like to spew and dance and laugh and cry about the free market. It seems to me that these two markets in particular, there are others, banking and so on, but especially prescription drugs and fossil fuel products, there's no free market. They are so heavily manipulated in their supply chain, and the overwhelm $5.9 trillion globally in fossil fuel subsidies in 2020.
Yep.
How much would solar cost if you subsidized it by $6 trillion? How much would wind cost? How much would tidal, geothermal? How much would these things cost if we subsidize? It seems to me that there's no reason on earth, there's no good reason on earth we should be paying $3.50, maybe $2.50 at best, especially when the demand has still not reached where it was pre-pandemic.
Yeah, that's why they fight against it, though. That's why they fight against it.
And see, America was founded on money. It wasn't founded on the fact of freedom or whatever. It was founded on their undesirables coming over here that were kicked out, the thieves and the lazy people. It was founded on how can we get stuff without having to work for it. I hate to say it, that's where slavery came into place. Because it's like we can bring these people over and they can do the work for us. So America was founded on greed, was founded on to make money. And it's still like that till today.
And it will continue to be that way because the profit margin is the only thing that matters. Nobody cares about the look at the Kellogg strike. Look at the Kellogg strike.
Right here in our own Commonwealth. Yep.
Yeah, we're talking 80-hour work weeks.
Wow.
Poor working conditions and things of that nature. They strike, and literally the very first thing Kellogg thinks about doing is bringing in scab workers. Why? Because they're looking at the profit margin. They're not looking at the labor. They don't care about the labor.
Don't care.
Everybody, you will talk to the average Trump supporting Republican, and they will have you believe it, that welfare to poor and needy families takes up more money than oil subsidies.
Doesn't.
It's the silly that when I hear that, I'm like, that is the silliest thing I've ever heard.
I think one of the worst things we've done when we first came out with Facebook and we were winning good during it was like the Obama years and stuff. We used to really share the memes explaining where government money goes to. And I don't see that out there. And maybe I'm being conspiracy theory. Why has that meme just like died off? Why don't we look at where the budget goes to? And I don't know if there's an algorithm against it, because when people started seeing it, I had a friend call me up and he's like, Chris, I've seen this meme you shared. I don't give a word we're not going to say here on the radio about welfare anymore. He's like, because I can't justify that I pay, I think he's like 78 cents a year, or like $3 a year for welfare for moms who are single. He's like, so what? Who cares? Like, you're not going to balance the budget on getting rid of welfare. He's like, what? Why do Republicans? He's like, all it is this talking point. He's like, I looked at the actual budget. Then you know what you start looking at? Security spending, not just defense spending, but security spending, right? Because they hide it in, Department of Homeland Security and this agency, the FBI and the CIA and all these different areas that get these big budgets. And when people actually look at the budget, they're like, and Republicans think they're going to balance the budget by like cutting welfare. It's not going to go and balance the budget by reforming welfare again and again and again. It's, they reformed it so much that it's like this little tiny piece of money.
Yep.
But welfare is now state funded. It's now state funded. Years ago, they took it from federal and made it state funded. So now that's just a talking point for each state. But welfare really doesn't hurt the pockets the way people make it sound that it does. Really
how many subsidies do we give out to multi-billion-dollar conglomerates and corporations? Just think about that for just a second. How much oil subsidies do we give to oil companies who, like Jeff just said, make billions of dollars in months. And yet we're still subsidizing them? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I could be wrong, but
no, you're not.
I would think that would be
Yep.
on the agenda for something to end, rather than every single time we turn around, they want to cut welfare, they want to cut school spending, they want to cut, roads, bridges, things of that nature. But we cannot convince the populace. The reason it ends up being a losing issue is because it's not as sexy as saying that welfare is the biggest killer and people are lazy and things of that nature. It doesn't sell well.
I think there's another issue here, and I think this is why I'm always trying to come on this show, and I'll come on whenever I can, because I truly believe it is mass media's manipulation of the narrative. And I'll tell you this. Oh, well, we got to look at this group and that group and all these things. I think we talk. This is how Democrats, I think, always. This is what I believe fundamentally. How Democrats
what appeals and gets the rise and what gets the ratings, what gets them the story. It's not.
I think they have a corporate agenda to make sure that even if this story would be good about helping people, they would rather have this one about business.
Yes.
And they're going to make an ideological decision for corporate agenda. I believe that Melissa Harris Perry, when she came out and saying she was neutral, just being neutral towards Bernie and Hillary in that debate, she's like, I'm neutral. And then, bam, MSNBC was like, no, you're not even gonna have your show anymore, And she talked about how horribly she was treated as a person. But I think one of the things that stimulated that was when she finally said, she was being a political scientist, right? Like she's trying to say, look, I'm in the news media, I need to be neutral. It's kind of your job as a news reporter, right? Like you have to kind of be, that should be what I would expect to turn on the cable news and kind of get. And because she wouldn't toe the line on that specific issue, it was like, oh, nope, we got to shut her down. Her voice needs to be quieted because she was actually being a journalist. And that's scary. That to me is really even more scarier than presenting your viewpoint saying, I'm neutral, and you don't want to hear that, a neutral voice. That scares me. And so I believe the corporate media has an agenda. I think they look at it from an ideological perspective. They're pro-business. Well, we should be printing pro-business stuff. And sometimes it's just even on a subconscious level. They're not even thinking about it because we're in what they call capitalistic realism. It's this concept that everything in our world, we can't even think outside of capitalism sometimes. And I think that's what I've been thinking about this a lot. Like even on all spectrums of the Democratic Party and Republicans and everything, it's what's the market-based solution and all this stuff. And I kind of just saying, I step back and I'm trying to be objective and think through these processes. So in 2022, I think if the Democrats talk to people and not at people, I think that's our hope. But if we kind of come off as we're going to go out there and we're going to, talk to this group and talk to this person and you this, that, and the other thing, and get very kind of what April was talking about 2021, the mistakes we made earlier and how we talked about it and how we got the angry and we just with that tone and we take the Republican anger and we try to like match it. I think that's going to be speaking on their terms. And if we speak on their terms, we're going to lose. That's just what I think happens. If we keep on this pathway of not listening to every person's concern, trying our best, and it's hard because we're still living with this pandemic and we're still frustrated and upset by everything going on. And it makes everybody seem a little on edge, right? So I think it can be hard, but I think if we try to have conversations with people, if we listen, I think that's our best hope for 2022.
I really sincerely hope you're right. I don't see, I just don't see how, the DNC, based on the way 2021 has operated or how it's flew through, I don't see how they're going to be able to pull out of this tailspin unless they do what they're going to need to do is going to require a massive amount of soul searching. We're going to have to look at, we're going to have to really ask the moderates within the party. Are you for us or against?
Hmm.
I mean, that Joe Manchin has always flirted with the idea of becoming a Republican. Okay, go. Bye. See you. I personally, I have a name of a person who I think would be perfect as a senator from West Virginia, and that is former sapper, former major in the United States Army, Richard Ojeda.
Absolutely.
I love that man. I love that man. I love his fire. I love his spirit. So if
I wish he was in the
Manchin is
Senate right now. I wish instead of I do. I would replace him with Joe Manchin if he was in that Senate. And look how much road he made in that district. The biggest swing of any. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I love
no,
that
go
man.
right ahead, please.
The biggest swing we ever had in 2018. The biggest swing from R to D was the Ojeda race.
Yep.
He could win, I believe.
Yes.
If the Democrats would put the resources behind him.
And that's where the fear comes in. That's why I said it's going to take
behind him. I think Ojeda could win. I think Ojeda could reorganize West Virginia. And I think we could actually, I don't know if we can make it a blue state, but I think we can make it a purple one.
And that's why I said the DNC is going to have to do a lot more than what they're doing right now. Because right now it's we're not Trump, we're not Trump, we're not Trump. That's how Terry McAuliffe lost in Virginia this year.
Yeah.
And at some point, the party has to really seriously ask itself, are you going to continue this new Democrat way of thinking? You know, we're not going to alienate, we're going to try to reach across party lines, realizing that the party lines are gone and the people they're trying to reach out to are cannibals and they're going to eat your fingers. So they're going to have to do some soul searching and go back to day one basics. Who are we fighting for? Are we fighting for the corporate interests or are we going to fight for the people? Are we going to fight for the unions? Or are we going to fight for our donor class? And once they have gotten that out of their system, they need to follow through. If you somehow do a complete 180 from where you're at right now and truly become Democratic progressive liberals and you win and you somehow maintain the levers of power in the Senate and the Congress, pass something. Pass the things that people are excited about. Pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Pass the George Floyd Policing Act.
I think
come up with newer ideas.
Put it on the George Lewis Act, put it on the floor, put on reconciliation, make the Republicans say no, make the parliamentarian go on the record as an attorney and say why she doesn't believe in democracy and why she's going to be a soldier in the war on democracy. Let her live with that the rest of her life. Make her make that move. Don't say, well, I don't think the parliamentarians can just throw it out. Put it on there. Why not just put it on the reconciliation bill? And if they throw it out, put some money towards voting and say, well, they're spending there, right?
In the
put
early
money towards voting security, get that bill on there, put it on there. At least show us that we did everything you can. Even if you know what I mean? Put it on there. And you know what? Make the Republicans reject it. Make every step of the way hard, because you know what Republicans will do? They'll make Democrats do it. Am I not right? Like when they control those chambers, they're going to make you vote on everything you don't want to vote on. Everything. The moment
they come up with a new tax cut,
vote on everything.
Yeah, they're going to come up with a new tax cut, and they're going to say, well, the Democrats want to raise your taxes, which is what they always end up losing on, because they have to go, no, we really don't want your taxes raised. No, and shame these people. If they need a multimedia or a social media person, I'll work for them. I don't care. But they need somebody that actually is out there tweeting, Instagramming, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, wherever, touting the party line that they're in turn going to enact. But like I said, it's going to take an entire 180 from where they're at right now. And I just don't see them doing it. I don't. I want to, but I don't.
In the early years, in the early Trump regime years, I want to say it was actually in 17. I think it happened straight away. Traditionally, the Senate can only pass 2 pieces of legislation per session. through reconciliation, and it has to be a budgetary item. It cannot be a social spending, or it can't be a social item or a regulatory item or something like that. There was a regulatory bill the Republicans wanted to jam through reconciliation, and the parliamentarians said you cannot. So Mitch McConnell fired the parliamentarian and installed one that would agree.
Yep.
And I know Tom Hartman, Randy Rhodes, myself, several progressive hosts have said if an unelected person, as bad as we think the filibuster is, as unconstitutional as the filibuster is, it is not part of the Constitution. One lone officer, I was going to say parliamentary officer, but you don't use the word to define the word, that can stop legislation by, at the moment, herself. That
Jeff,
Democrats have to kind of man up a tiny bit and make that change. I also want to say very quickly, wait, Chris, hang on. Before you get there, let me just do very quickly. I think I found the meme that you were talking about. I did send it to George. He's probably feverishly trying to format it for the screen because these Zoom boxes are a little odd. It's an older graphic. It goes back to, it's older. Let me just put it this way. I think it might even go back to 2016 because I think Bernie put it out. If you make $50,000 per year, but please keep in mind, this is an older graphic.
Okay.
So the numbers are going to change a tiny bit. The general idea is not going to change, and we're not talking about a difference in hundreds of dollars. We're talking pennies difference anyway. If you make $50,000 per year, you pay the following, and this is your federal taxes. $250, I'm rounding a tiny bit, $247.75. $250 for defense spending. $4 for natural disaster relief. So $250 for national defense, $4 for FEMA. Just under $23 a year for unemployment insurance. Here's where we get to what Christopher was talking about. Just under $37 a year for the SNAP program, the Supplemental Nutrition Program. $7 a year for what we generally refer to as welfare. Now, I've read all those four off. We still haven't equaled the defense spending yet.
No.
$44 a year for retirement and disability to former government workers, both civilian and military. $235 for Medicare, which for most folks is one copayment, or one, I should say, contribution out of a check to the for-profit insurance plan that you have at your employer. And then $4,000 in corporate subsidies.
Yep.
With the final sentence on the meme reading, "Are you sure you're pissed off at the right people?" Let me add to this. Let me just fill in a couple more blanks, and I'll turn it back to you guys. Let me just
explain to people what does that mean, Jeff? Because people don't, again, they don't understand civics. They don't understand this. Explain to people what. Well,
corporate subsidies is free money. It's basically the use of your tax money handed over to for-profit industries. And sometimes it's something. Sometimes it's actually the kind of job that government should use. You build a business, you really need a stoplight in front of your business so people can get in and out of your car park. That's something government should be helping you with. Let's just be blunt. They should be.
Yeah.
But by the way, if your business needs a bigger, more capable gas line so you can heat your store, or if you're a restaurant so you can cook, that's the gas company's problem, not government. When government gives the gas company the money to hook up to that business, that's a subsidy. That's free money. The fossil fuel industry, as Christopher well knows, in Pennsylvania per year gets a free $3 billion out of a what, Chris? $22 billion budget, I think it is?
For the Pennsylvania
For this
government
Commonwealth.
budget? The
Yeah,
budget's
the Commonwealth
like
budget's like
over 3 billion. No, like you
no. The fossil fuel industry gets a free $3 billion per year.
Yeah.
Just from Pennsylvania out of a total state budget of, I think, in the $22 billion range.
No, the state budget's only like that's almost the whole budget. Let me look at what I thought it was only 3 billion.
Jeff, tell them about the story about here when our school needed money, but yet they signed a grant for a pipeline to get done.
Oh, well, that's it. Yeah, I mean that's probably why that came into my brain. There's a story from a few years ago that there was a cul-de-sac built of McMansions. I think we all know what McMansions are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The gas company didn't want to extend gas lines to this little cul-de-sac of McMansions. So Pat Brown, who is the chairman of the finance committee in the Senate and who will be running for re-election again in the Lehigh Valley, and who got a very convenient district drawn for him where the district literally runs down his street, except it bubbles out to keep him in it and then goes straight again. He gave UGI $1 million of tax money to hook up those 6 houses with gas service. Meanwhile, the largest municipality in his district, the Allentown School District, was $80 million in the hole, in the red. I thought Republicans liked red. Mm-hmm. Let me fill in a couple other blanks before, because I got to get this out of my brain. April knows how my brain works. If I don't say what's rattling around in there, it'll just continue to rattle around. The United States is now on an international list of sliding democracies, along with Hungary.
Yep.
And Italy, believe it or not, because literally the Mussolini family is gaining power in Italy. And I'm not kidding. Not a Mussolini like Sergeant Mac knows what I'm talking about. Not a Mussolini like family, literally the Mussolini family.
Mussolini family.
Their name is their last name is Mussolini, and they wear it proud. We are on a list of sliding democracies. Let me color this part in. And these are things I've said on the program before, folks. And as we go into 2022, these are things you need to think about. If you are born poor in the United States, you will die poor. You have a 90+% chance of dying poor. You actually have a better than half chance of dying even poorer. We are now last in social mobility. If you die poor, if you are born poor, you will die poor. You have a better chance in the United States if you are born middle class to die poor than you do to die middle class, let alone actually move up. We are dead last of the so-called Western industrialized nations, the so-called first world nations. We are dead last in social mobility. I will be 53 years old in June, if I make it. I very well could have a child. I don't, but I could. I am the first generation from my parents to be economically worse off than my parents. The first generation in the history of this, since before we were colonies, not even a nation, but before we were colonies. I am the first generation to be economically worse off than my parents. If I had a child, let's say I had a child at 25 years old, my child would be 28, roughly 27, 28. That child would be the second generation to be less economically well off than my parents. So I'm behind my parents, my children would be behind me. Theoretically speaking, I could have grandchildren. If my 27-year-old son or daughter had a child, I could be a grandparent. April is a grandparent. Sergeant Mac is a grandparent.
Yes, I am. Yes.
That generation would be the third generation in the history of the states to be economically less well off than their parents. The only 3 generations to be economically less well off than their parents have occurred since the onset of Reaganism. And oh, by the way, as we say in the ancient Gaelic, it's 3 on the trot, 3 in a row. The only 3 in the last 40 years, and 3 on the trot. And George was able to put that graphic up. If you're watching at home, George, a miracle, like he always does, pulls out a miracle and formatted that meme to fit on the Zoom square. So you can see the meme that we were reading earlier. Let me give you guys back the floor. You're the ones kind enough to be here again. So but I just wanted to color in what we're talking about here. We're also, by the way, we have the highest infant mortality rate of the OECD nations. We especially have the highest rate once you get to Sergeant Mac, Black women. They have the highest infant mortality rate of anywhere in the OECD. Yep. We have the lowest press freedom of anywhere in the OECD. We have the least amount of voter participation. Mm-hmm. We have the highest amount of voter suppression.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the OECD. Now,
I find it kind of ironic that the other day I read that quietly, because nobody said anything, that the Congress, the Senate, and now President Biden have passed their defense budget, which is $767 billion.
I think it's actually higher than that.
Exactly.
I think it's 783. And Senator Sanders will tell you that the defense budget in real dollars, because there's money that goes into DOD and is spent through DOD through other agencies, is actually about $1.3 trillion.
That's about right. Yep.
Yeah. So think about this.
And 60% of that, by the way, goes to for-profit private corporations. Doesn't go to troops. You know, Christopher, you and I talked about
my favorite topic.
Yeah, Christopher and I talked about this when he was on. Sergeant Mac, you could talk about this, about how private industry now cooks your food, sets up your tents, washes your clothes, all stuff that soldiers used to be able to do for themselves.
Soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen will get a 1.5% raise in their paycheck. We spent, like I said, I read 768. I've heard 798. We have
33 billion more than DOD itself asked for.
Yeah, we have no declared wars on this planet.
Yeah,
we have no declared wars on this planet.
But we do have an empire.
Exactly. Everything else is done is clandestine. It's special forces. It's CIA and things of that nature. Imagine what America could do if we didn't spend so much time defending the empire and spent more time actually fixing it. Our kids are getting less educated. We have less freedoms. Our children are dying more. We have high poverty. We have poor infrastructure. We have an overabundance of police officers who have gear that we were using in these war zones that we no longer need. We have tanks. We have a graveyard of tanks that we do not use. We pay for planes that do not fly.
We give them to police.
Yeah, exactly. So imagine one day someone honestly said, can we finally take care of the empire, or are we going to continually spending to defend it? The fact that we spend in this, like you said, 2015, $4,000 in subsidies.
Corporate subsidies.
Folks. Yeah, people are
Yep.
picking on poor folks
Yep.
for welfare.
Yep.
America.
Go ahead,
is
Chris.
Go
I
ahead,
was
Chris.
going to say, there was also 25 billion just added to the defense budget just
Yep.
serendipitously this year.
Yep.
And now let's go over a decade. That's 250 billion. Do you know that's the money we could fully fund veterans' pensions? Because
Yep.
the DoD says they have no money for it, but then they just threw 25 billion at it because, and this was the
I
reason,
think-
well, we're spending so much more on these other social programs. We could just add 25 billion.
I think it
That
was
the
actually
reason they
30.
made the talking point.
I think it was actually
Mhm.
33 billion.
Oh,
The
the
defense
first
budget
number
was-
came out with 25. They probably added 7 billion at the end. I
Yeah.
won't be surprised.
It's more money than the department actually asked for.
Oh yeah.
And they
And by the
know
way, the
they're
parliamentarian
going to get it.
thing, I just wanted to let people know Bush fired the parliamentarian as well. Because the
I believe, yes, I
parliamentarian said
think that
no.
did happen. Yeah.
So
He did, he
this is the Republicans always fire the parliamentarian, install the person that they want to do, and yet Democrats bring, Democrats are just gonna like, oh well, we'll just let the parliamentarians say no to all these like things that we could get done.
I really honestly think that the Democratic Party needs to take the word bipartisanship and get rid of it. I don't ever think they should say anything about a bipartisanship until they actually have a party on the other side. You cannot be a bipartisan to a rabid wolf. You cannot be a bipartisan to a hungry lion. You cannot find common ground with people who do not. There are people who believe liberals are trying to destroy America, and they would much rather shoot us. And I know that's a bad thing to say, but why do you think we keep getting these white supremacist walkabouts, the show of force? They're doing that for a reason. And we still have Democrats who want to reach across the aisle to that. Why not just?
Well, let me ask this then, because we were trying to, after we've entered our fourth hour, so we'll try to, at some point we'll wrap up so you guys can go back to your Sunday. But as I kind of tried at the beginning of the 7 o'clock to turn into looking ahead. Here's a very dark question, and I suspect Sergeant Mack will jump up and take it, but it doesn't matter to me who jumps up and takes it. Is 2022 the year that the Civil War finally starts shooting? I think we're in one now. I think we're in a cold one. I think we're in a kind of almost a default one. That's not exactly the word I'm looking for. I was going to say a pacifist one, but you can't have a pacifist war. But I think you get my point. I think it's kind of on a slow simmer on the back burner. Is 2022 the year that the war goes hot?
Yes.
In Texas, it will.
I don't even, not even just Texas. I will be honest with you. America has ignored white supremacists and white supremacist violence for so long.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They have looked at Islamic terrorists. They have bugged Black nationalists or what have you. We have ignored white supremacists and white supremacist violence for entirely too long.
Yeah.
This year coming up,
they're going to come out.
They're going to come out, and they're going to come out.
And they're in corporate America, and that's the problem because
Yep.
My understanding is that they've been building up for the last 10 years. The state police knew about it, the local police knew about it, because the law enforcement gets trained on it. I'm pretty sure somewhere in your training in the service, I'm pretty sure you heard about it. And it was some sort of study or briefing done where they were saying it's time to stop fighting the old way and time to fight the new way. And somewhere in their literature or their illustrations, it is an old hand with the asterisk shaking the hand of a man in a suit. That's the new model. So what they're saying is that we're going to from attack from within. So this is how we get back over what is.
I gotta say, it already happened.
You know what I mean, right?
It already happened. You can't say, "Oh, is this the year we're going to go into a hot war?"
It's been going on, yeah.
We already are. Like, we already happening in trying to do a siege of the Capitol.
Right.
I don't, these you know, so
They took the thing about it
I guess
is
maybe I'll rephrase your question. Will we see a
no,
continuation
it's
of it?
it's been going on. You're right, because when that happened, to the videos of the person saying this is going on, and police officers telling them, walking out, allowing it to happen, but
Yep.
they
Taking
knew this
pictures
was
with these
coming.
people. Yep.
So
And the
because
thing
you
is,
know, because we've been black folks out there,
they
they would
would
have
have
had every
mowed us
force out
down.
there. They would have
Oh,
They would have.
getting back to just want to use when first Black Lives Matter first came about and Obama was in office, and that was going up there with Michael Brown. And only reason I remember that is because that's when I was still on the air and doing video. So I was able to know the people when this first started, and I was talking to them firsthand while they were out there marching, getting calls saying, "Sister, they're smoke bombing us," and Obama told them not to do it, and they're doing it anyway.
Yep.
And they were doing peaceful marches, and they literally were getting set up by the police and barricaded off, and they would tell them, don't march this way, march this street. And they were told by the police they were okay to march this street, and they still will tear gas them, and they was told not to. They caught police officers wearing masks, black masks, to make themselves look like black people, and starting and busting in stores and stuff like that. So the old fashioned saying, they were saying they weren't doing it. They really weren't doing, well, not all, but a few of them. People that were starting them, they literally had police officers dressing up in blackface masks to make themselves like a black man, busting these storefronts open to make it look like it was them, because they found out a piece of documentation by that town to wean out the black community that had been in place for the last 20 years. So it was implemented mainly by the white supremacy. They even had the college up in there. He was teaching white supremacy in the Black history class in a college up there. You're right. It has been going on. It's been going on, and the insurrection right there is a proof of the privilege, that privilege, because of the fact of that's their own, so they're not going to hurt them. And it's really, really bad to see this young boy drive across the state and go claim you had no reason going with a gun, and yet the judge threw out the gun charge because they knew if they kept the gun charge in there, the boy would have got charged. And then the judge openly talked the way he did. So you're right. We are at a quiet civil war.
The thing is, we're gonna have to change that, though. Yeah,
Mac, does the verdict in the Rittenhouse trial, as I have said on this program, and I happen to believe, does the verdict in the Rittenhouse trial give license for this war to start? Because that kid went there to kill protesters. That's what he was there for, and he got scot-free away with it. Is that the license? Very not dissimilar. I know this is going to sound like very different things. Not dissimilar from the Supreme Court telling in Citizens United, saying you can now buy politicians. That's okay now.
Yeah. Did
that verdict in the Rittenhouse trial did that just open the door? Go shoot.
It
How
did.
about it, kids?
It did. And the problem is going to end up being you're going to have more Rittenhouse, except this time they're going to be prepared.
Right.
I'm going to say this again. I might be wrong, but I'm going to say it anyway. The Democrats, liberals, progressives, anybody that is trying to find change, we're going to have to literally channel a little more Malcolm X and a little less MLK. Till I see Republicans changing their party, I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want to be around them. There's nothing I have to talk to these people about. And the other half of it is, I'm fighting for my own preservation. Let's just say I'm going to fight for my own house. I'm going to use whatever means I need to do that. The white supremacists that showed up in Charlottesville, the white supremacists that helped take out on January 6th, the Patriotic Front that was marching 2 weeks ago through the Supreme Court, but some black followers, some black guys that I follow on TikTok were standing on those steps the same day with a Black Lives Matter sign, and were told by a cop that was escorting the Patriotic Front that they were being disruptive. Those are the people we're fighting. Those are it's like, know your enemy. We already know what the political winds are going to look like. The arena is already set up. On the one hand, you have a party that is wholly beholden to the ideas and the infactual ideas of Donald Trump. There's no ambiguity. Don't try to, well, we can see a little bit of, there is nothing there. There is absolutely no redeeming qualities whatsoever there. On the other hand, you have a party that they're going to lose if they continue to try to reach these people. The guys, the men and women that marched on Charlottesville are not reachable. You have to write them off. It is, wash your hands of them and be done with it. The people in the Patriotic Front and the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, until such time as they come up with ideas that help society, and rather than thinking in this toxic white male superiority toxicity, you have to write them off. You're not going to reach them. There's no ideas they want to hear from you. They believe as soon as you say you're a Democrat that you are here to destroy the country. So you have to write these people off.
And
So
that's all from
with?
Trumpism. Yep.
Exactly.
That's all. Trumpism caused that. And
yeah.
What's crazy is that you had that Midwest shooting with that young boy. And that's where you see them trying to change the narrative, because they're like, okay, we don't need to do a Rittenhouse thing here. So I was shocked that they filed charges on the parents, because I didn't think it was going to happen. And I'm happy that they did, because they're blurring that color line. They're saying, like, no, you need to hold on accountability for your child, but yet they didn't charge his mother. This mother that allowed
his
her
mother
child
who
to
drove
do this.
him over there.
Right, drove him.
And mind you, they claim that's false media. Mind you, the junk kick guy, they made sure not to look for this man. And they made him out to look like he attacked the kid. And I said, no, I try to kick that gun out of his hand because he already done shot 2 people. They didn't even bother to look for that man to testify.
No. And so for me, politics is going to end up being one of those things that's a flashpoint for this cold civil war that we're having. And the thing is, there is a coalition on the Democratic side that can win you an election if you run candidates that can win, if you make promises and keep them. You have African Americans, you have Latino Americans, you have Asian Americans, you have Hispanic, Native Americans, you have the LGBTQIA+ community. You have a coalition big enough to beat these people and beat back their ideas and beat back the toxicity that they bring with it. And some of it is going to have to be one of those things where we have no.
And I think to add to the coalition is labor. I think we have to make sure.
Yes.
And here's the thing about labor, and I think we're kind of figuring that in our coalition. It's not just who's in unions, but people who have been in unions, lost their job and want to be in unions. I met this woman on the main line, and she lived in like a $600,000 house. And she'd worked herself up from a trade union or from a union job into being a realtor and has her own business. Diehard Democrat because of the solidarity aspect. She's like, I'm still part of a trade organization, she said. I'm still with the solidarity. I know what corporate America is trying to do to my business. And she said, and I vote Democrat. And I think we've really got to bring everybody on board and really have those conversations and reach out of our comfort zone sometimes of talking to people, which we might not really feel like it. Some people might not want to talk to me because I'm LGBT, but you need to, you know what I mean? I'm not saying anybody out here, but like, there are some people who don't want to talk to me, and there's probably some people who don't want to talk to you because you're Black, right? We know that, right? And but we got to reach out of that comfort zone. And I think we get too into talking to people who are like us, and that's not necessarily part of our
that's why we're going
coalition.
to lose. Yeah,
Exactly.
That's
exactly how we lose.
We have, the fight is not simply a matter of, well, I don't want to talk to a gay person because I don't share the gay person's values. You eat, don't you? You need a roof over your head, don't you? You have to put food on the table. You have to put gas in your car. You want to have a livable wage just like that gay man does.
Right.
When we talk about things like Native and indigenous people having the rights over their own land, you have the same problem with in your house. You want to make sure that your house is protected. So you can understand and make a coalition simply off of the things that bind us all together in the first place. Every single one of us, regardless of race, creed, national origin, religion, or what have you, we need a place to stay. We need food for our kids. We want to send our kids to safe schools and have them get a proper education. We want to make sure that if I'm driving on the street and I hit a pothole, I know the guy coming behind me is going to hit the same pothole. We don't have to, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be one of those things where it's either or. Well, I'm going to, when I go to talk to the white corporate donors, I say one thing. When I go to these people, I say something. You can have a universal understanding amongst all these coalitions, but you have to be able to talk to them and say something about it. Because if you don't, what you end up with is radicalism in the form of racism, sexism, homophobia, and xenophobia. But now it has the levers of power. And with a party that only comes up with tax cuts is the only idea that they have, you have a recipe for disaster.
And
that's
I think
my issue.
Melania Gates, by the way, was spending money on Facebook to pass Family Paid Leave Act. Billionaire woman.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I think what we
women again, it's women showing the example.
Yep.
Right, but also making this assumption that donors don't want us to do these things, don't want to be part of it when we're talking at them and not to them. I think a lot of these things they were motivated with and excited about. So even if people want to bring in that coalition and they want to be, and they're saying for whatever reason motivates them, maybe they have empathy and they have a value system that's there and they want to do this stuff. And then we're like, well, we can't because of the donor class. When you ain't even having a conversation with it, and they're spending their own money to try to get us to do the right thing. Like, who are the donors? I just wonder when the donors are talking at me to try to push the party to do the right thing. I just say, so the grassroots and the donors agree on this issue, but we're not going to do it.
Exactly.
I don't know where this is where I have full faith in my party's ability to mess things up. I really do. I mean, I have faith in that. You asked me something that's like, I hate to say that.
Remember the famous quote from Will Rogers, which obviously goes back to, the 20s and 30s. The famous quote, I'm not a member of an organized political party. I'm a Democrat. Let me welcome again back into the program. Now we have a regular caller. And again, we have a gentleman who's done more to proliferate this show than obviously more than just about anybody who's not on it. Myself or April or George. He didn't really get too much of a chance to chat before because we had a very crowded room. We were still going around. So I want to allow him to ask his question and make his comment again. And that's Randall Sampson from Chester County. I think I have right. Or is it Montgomery? Montgomery? No, Delaware County. Delaware. I only have 67. If I just kept saying them, I was going to get to the right county at some point. But Randall from Delaware County, Randall Sampson, who's become a dear friend of the program, and I hope to actually meet in person sometime. Like, remember when we did stuff like that, met in person? But I hope to meet him in person sometime. So Randall was kind enough. He was very understanding too. He hung up himself. I didn't have to hang up on him, but we were very deep into the conversation here, and it was going to be tough to get a caller in. We've kind of we're still having a vigorous discussion, but we can take a breath and let our caller in. Randall, welcome back. Please ask your question, make your comment, have at it.
Thomas, I just got one comment to make. I like the point you make about we should be following Malcolm X instead of Martin Luther King. But
so to be fair, he said a little bit of a mix, just a little, a little more of a sprinkle of little touch.
to the left,
Yeah,
little,
yeah,
you
yeah,
know.
yeah.
But Black people especially should also be following the examples that the Black Panthers did of carrying open carry guns for self-protection in California. And because of that, because of the white fear of that, Ronald Reagan, as governor of California, got legislation passed that you couldn't open carry in California because they were afraid of the Black population of California.
Now, just to fill in the story that Randall's telling you, we all know about Reagan, the president. Just about everybody knows about that. But prior to that, he held two big positions. He was the president of the Screen Actors Guild, the Actors Union, which is ironic in and of itself. But he was also governor of California. California used to have an open carry law. You could actually open carry rifles in California. And the Black Panthers showed up in Sacramento, the state capital of California, armed. And they showed up armed because they could, because it was legal. And to be quite blunt, it scared the ever-living you-know-what out of the white legislature. Democrats and Republicans alike. It's why I refer to Reagan as the original snowflake. Within 3 weeks, I've actually heard it was 3 days, but I think 3 weeks is more accurate. Within 3 weeks, California had rescinded those laws because they were scared to death of a group of Black men carrying weapons, even if it was legal. Well, we kind of meant that it was only legal for white folk. We didn't think this was going to happen. And as soon as it did, they changed the law. So that's what Randall's, you can DuckDuckGo search on that and look it up and read all about it. So let me allow you to continue, Randall. I just wanted to fill in the blanks there.
No, that's fine. That's fine, Jeff. And Thomas, also, well, everybody here knows that Reaganomics began with President Reagan and has been going on since then. But it started in California when he was governor too. To lash back against student protests on college campus universities against the war and for racial justice. He did away with fully paid state tuition at state colleges and universities.
He didn't. Reagan is famous for saying that, why are we paying for the education of these brats who just do nothing but protest me? So he took away free college education in California. And much like California has always been, as it is the largest state and most populated state, what happens there trickles, no pun intended, sweeps across the country, the same way that all automobiles are manufactured to California emissions standards. And if California is ever to pass single payer, which they are close to doing in a consortium of sorts with Oregon and Washington to be the Pacific Coast single payer health system, it will sweep across the country, which is exactly why the amount of money that's been poured into California to stop such a thing. And of course, the very skillfully worded ballot question from 2021 in California that kept, or did that go back to 20? I might be wrong. Chris probably knows. That goes back to the not allowing Lyft and Uber drivers and DoorDash and all them to unionize because they're not considered employees, they're considered contract workers. And now, by the way, you have corporations of all sorts and sizes that are wholesale firing their staffs and then hiring them back as independent contractors all around California. So when Randall says, Reagan did this to higher education, and he did, it's fact, you can find it, it's easy to find. It swept across the country, and then it really began the higher education for-profit industry.
And it's not just the for-profit aspect, there's also in the nonprofit sector of the higher education, where it became a race to publish. You get a higher, it's part problem with capitalism can be its hyper-competitive nature. It can be its good and it can be the bad part of it. And what we've seen over the last, like every 9 years or so, we double the amount of research coming out of universities, which can be looked as a good thing, but look at the rate of skyrocketing tuition rates have gone at like Harvard. I mean, it's outrageous what like private schools, a nonprofit, but for private schools are doing. And they're cranking it out based on all these measurements of quantity over quality. A lot of the research coming out is not the high standards, and it's to get the high rankings. So if your school's ranked higher, and it becomes this perpetual aspect where you don't have the government saying, well, with funding a lot of schools anymore, saying, well, wait a minute, we need to balance research with education and tuition rates. And without that kind of mechanism there to kind of bring balance into it, students are graduating from getting a graduate school with $100,000 degree debt. And it's taking advantage of a lot of people of color. That is really happening in the student loan crisis. And I think we've got to look at it systematically. We cannot keep charging people. We cannot perpetually be having every person graduating with $200,000 debts. That we've got to figure out a way, as well as getting the student loan forgiveness, as well as like, how are we going to address it for the next generation of kids coming through, or students, I should say, who are going to, looking at it holistically and finding balance in our systems.
I just wanted to go back to what they was talking about with Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. In the Black community, we haven't really had leadership that we need, and people wanting to stick their necks out there. And that breakdown is there, even though the Black Panthers are coming back strong in the southern states, more so now than what they were, but it still is a long way off. But we don't have those who are willing to stick their neck out like they used to. You have separation by design, not in the sense of saying, so the problem is that you get these people out here protesting, but the problem is that they don't have a plan and they don't have a follow-up. Because what's the purpose of protesting stuff if you don't have a follow-up plan to follow up on it? So we have our young people who want a voice, but they have these pop-up organizations that are leading our youth wrong. So, and this is a problem in the Black and Brown community, where they want to be heard, but they're not being taught. The difference with Malcolm X and Martin Luther King is Martin Luther King taught through the church, and faith in God should guide you. And Malcolm X was taught through Elijah Muhammad of having peace and power and brotherhood. So you have that separation that has happened in America by design, again, by the powers that be, to cause a separation. So now you have those young people trying to come together, and they don't have the formula. They don't know how. They see Martin Luther King and Malcolm X being old, and you don't need to follow them, and yet they want to protest, but they don't understand why they're protesting. And social media has a lot to do with that. Where, look at me, I was seeing, but after you finish protesting, what did you accomplish? All you did is accomplish just being seen. That's what I wanted to mention first. As I want to get back to the cost of living and stuff and so on and so forth, and I just wanted to jog your brain. Do you remember when they was trying to do the stimulus and so on and so forth, and people don't even realize this, and it went so quick across everybody's face? Trump had put where middle income was $144,000 a year. People don't realize that. So these people can get money, and from that also spearheaded this cost of things. And this is where that cost of living for things started going up when it came to middle. So when you put the cost of living middle income at 140 plus 44,000 a year, that's the lower end of middle income, he said.
Yep.
And so this is where a lot of the problems came from too, that people seem to have overlooked. You know what I'm saying? Because he also implemented that as well.
But there was
Yeah.
Trump's done so much damage
Mm-hmm.
just by being. I mean, the 4 years that he spent in the White House, he did more damage
Yes,
than
he
we
did.
even realize.
By design. By design. Mm-hmm.
Because he literally would make a speech,
Mm-hmm.
and then his policymakers would try to make policy off of those speeches, but the speeches themselves
made no sense.
They didn't make any sense. So imagine someone trying to make policy off of gibberish. But what ended up happening is you ended up, by him saying something about building a wall and how much drugs and crime coming from Mexico, you end up with separation of families from their children.
He didn't care.
He didn't care. You know, he said he wanted to make, you know,
Yeah.
I'm going to give health care to everybody, and it's going to be better than Obamacare, which was basically jealousy of Obama. We ended up with Paul Ryan's little their try at health care, which failed. I mean, they were trying to make policy. I think it was John Oliver, if I'm not mistaken, it was either John Oliver or someone had said that that's what they were doing. They were gearing his policies based on his speeches, but his speeches were incoherent.
He didn't care. He just wanted to acknowledge that this, and if you follow what he was doing, everything he said he was going to do, he implemented it, and he told them and walked away. As far as he was concerned, I did what I said I was going to do. I'll figure it out.
What I really think happened was Obama challenged the Reagan coalition.
Right.
That had been governing us since the 1980s. Donald Trump comes in with manipulation, rhetoric, marketing, whatever you want to call it, is able to formulate enough of that Reagan energy that's just like barely, because he loses the popular vote, right? And he kind of just pushes something in. And Jimmy Carter at the end of the New Deal era kind of just like this soft plane landing to the system in a lot of ways. He's trying to handle everything. He makes his mistakes, but it was like he piloting it at a very like soft landing. Donald Trump came in, he took the airplane and crashed into the mountain. Like, I mean, was it not every day under Donald Trump we'd rather have Jimmy Carter as president? Oh gosh, I would always think about that. Jimmy Carter versus Donald Trump isn't even a comparison. You know what I mean? And but I think that is where we're seeing this new kind of emergence coming in. I think a lot of younger people you were talking about, April, not kind of being lost and not knowing where to kind of go right now, is because we're at a part where we're trying to figure it out. Right. We're trying to figure out navigating the whole way that we all had to operate with Reagan and say things the right way and blah, blah, blah. It's dead. And I think that this political system, I don't think it just like dies and it's like over. I think things fade away in politics. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like and I think political scientists, they all try to figure out, well, scratch on the head, well, what was the exact date that this ended? That's not how it works. And that's, you know what I'm saying? Like on this date, this happened and the Civil War was over and everything was, you know, great. No, that's not everything.
It's a political climate change. It's getting warmer. Yeah. It's getting warmer.
They're trying to figure out what to do. And that's where it brings me back to the Constitution being an open-ended Constitution. We are a country that falls under two political powerhouses, but there's other political entities. But it seems like the powers that be are too scared to say, well, this is not working for America and maybe it's time to change it. Do you ever see that happening?
As Republicans take over more and more complete state and Commonwealth houses and state senates, and as they take over more and more governorships, they are getting close to that magic number that can call a new constitutional convention to completely write a new constitution.
That's scary.
And if that doesn't make you scared, as you know, that they could take out most of the First Amendment.
Yep.
That they could take out the Fifth Amendment.
Yep.
And the list goes down the line of what they would and will do if they get total control to call a new constitutional convention.
Correct.
They will also codify money as speech and corporations as people. I would again point you, as I do very, 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 very often on this program, to David Koch's platform when he ran for vice president in the Libertarian ticket in 1980. End, close, shut, end the Department of Education, end the Department of Energy, end the Department of Commerce. And
departments,
and quite a few more that the FDA would have been shut down. I'm forgetting. There's quite a bunch more. Essentially, the government would have been left with the Department of Defense, Department of State, and that's kind of about it. That's about it. Corporations would have been left completely unbridled and unregulated at all, period. It would have been the Gilded Age. In fact, it would have actually gone even further than the Gilded Age. This is why when I run through my roster of progressives, so to speak, in our own history, I do include Teddy Roosevelt. Was Teddy Roosevelt the most racially forward-thinking man? Absolutely not even close. But he did broke up the big corporations and said that you deserve a square deal. You deserve a fair deal. These companies cannot control everything. They cannot squash business and they cannot squash small people. The railroad can't sign a separate deal with the steel company, which can't sign a separate deal with the oil company, and all others get charged different rates and get squashed in the interim. No, he was not a perfect man. Franklin Roosevelt was not a perfect man. We know Jefferson was not a perfect man. But these progressive bits of our history are valid, they are real, and they are things that we should be building on. And that, let me just leave that there. Did you have other Randall? Did you have other questions or comments before? Because we're going to try to wrap up here.
I got a comment for Christopher. You were talking. We've all of them been talking about unions and job equality protection. There was a little known historic fact in this country, and that is and they exist today, especially among farmers, and that's co-ops.
Yes.
And co-ops began like in Kansas and Nebraska to this day. The majority of wheat silos, those big concrete ones you see along the railroad tracks out in the flatlands, those are owned by co-ops. Everybody has a share in a co-op. That's a small farm, or was a small farmer. I come from generations of small farmers on both sides, out that way, in Kansas and Nebraska. Colbert cheese in Vermont is now owned by 600 small dairy farmers. All the profits go to those 600 small dairies. They produce the milk, but they know they don't have the business skill or the time. It's actually the time, because you got to milk cows twice a day, 7 days a week.
And this is not new either. I mean, it goes back to the tradition of the Grange, of the original Grange before the country was a country. I mean, this is not a new idea either.
I'm just saying the co-ops were founded to fight the railroad monopoly.
Absolutely, yes,
right.
Yes.
And I think
against the railroad monopoly to get their products to market.
No, Randall, you're 100% right. I'm not trying to put down your point. I think it's exceptionally well made, and it's very much accurate. My point is that when we talk so much about what the Democratic Party can do, should be doing, et cetera, I often, if not always, point to the fact that we've done all these things before. We have done these things before. This is our party. When you talk about a co-op, a farmer's co-op, go back again. I pass on my way to and home from work every single day in Plumstead, Pennsylvania, the Grange. The Plumstead Grange. It's been there since 1746, I think it is. This is a tradition. We've done this in this country. We've done this before, where all the local farmers come together at the Grange and sell their products, sometimes en masse. Christopher and I and Thomas, we all put our wheat together and we sell it all in one big lot rather than us trying to negotiate separately. Or we all bring our smaller bits of product to one central location where people can come and buy it. We've done this before in this country. My goodness, we've done this before. I want to start to wrap up here a little bit. Sergeant is telling us he needs to get running. We want to wrap up by 9. I will make sure, by the way, April, I'll have to make sure that the two of you can chat. We were going to do it after we signed off and we just kept talking. So we need to make sure that the two of you can talk. So I will try to wrap up. I'm going to ask Randall, I'm going to say goodbye to you, sir. We're going to wrap up, but please know, please know how grateful I am to you for being here every week and for inviting people to the program and to the group and just being a supporter. And not because you always agree, because you don't always, and I know that you don't, and that's fine. That's part of the spirit of the country, isn't it? But that you're here every week, and we are absolutely grateful. And if if we start up on Wednesday evenings, I know you'll be there too. So I just want to say thank you. I hope you and the family have as happy and wondrous and joyous and safe a holiday as you possibly can. Thank you so much, Randall.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, April. And thanks, Sergeant. And thanks, George. Thanks, Jeff. Everybody have a happy holiday, but as a Christian,
You too.
I would say Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Randall.
So I do want to.
Go ahead, Chris, and then we'll hit our last question and we'll wrap up.
Sure, I will answer Randall a little bit. He talked about, I would say, one of the greatest, I think, undermined presidents was Truman's agendas. He vetoed the TAF Act, which destroyed this country, making it very hard to become unionized. And he proposed universal health care. He wanted universal health care in this country. He did. And it actually
goes back before that. Teddy Roosevelt talked about universal health care.
Yes. But I think in a way that, and he desegregated the army, big thing. That was a great achievement in the beginning, helping in the beginning of civil rights, his desegregation. But really, I think all labor, I studied labor and employment relations at Penn State, and whether it be in co-op, guilds, unions, AFL-CIO, trade organizations, and having that backbone of universal health care empowers us to form different economic systems and can break people away from the oppression of being stuck in corporate structures that don't even know what their existence half the time is for. The South Park episode, what's running Walmart? What is the existence of Walmart, right? There's this really great existence that nobody knows how it really runs. And I think goes back to us not even knowing how the Democratic Party really works, right? It's part of this collective. It's called the Democrats, as you made that great quote earlier, Jeff. So I would say, I think it's great to have, I am a huge fan of unions, but all trade organizations, all collective work, I think, because that's what we do. We collectively work together to build a great society. And we should all get along. That's just, maybe I think of it too simply.
Yeah, and it's funny that you would bring up, not funny, it's interesting for as much history as we talk about on the program that you would bring up the guilds. The guilds go back to medieval Europe. Oh, yes. My goodness. The first guilds go back to medieval Europe when the tradesmen, who were dramatically underpaid, underappreciated, and served mostly as serfs on the land of the landed gentry, came together and began to negotiate and operate as a collective. And there are strength in numbers. It goes back to medieval Europe. This is not a damn new thing, by the way, for goodness sake. Before before Reagan came to power, January 20th, 1981, over 37% of private sector employees, private sector workers, private sector, I'm not talking about government here, private sector, were unionized. That is now about 5.4%. In Germany, it is, I want to say, in the 80% range. And if your company has 500 employees or more, the union must be represented on the corporate board as stated in the German Constitution.
Right.
Christopher, where did the Germans get that idea for their constitution? That would have been Harry Truman.
Yeah.
Directly. Harry Truman telling the West German government, you need to put this in your constitution, because he understood that simple legislation can be overturned. It can be watered down. It can be voted down. But once it's in the Constitution, it's enshrined. And this goes back to what Randall was talking about a constitutional convention. This right wing wants to make our own Constitution a fascist document. Corporations are people. The Kochs want to eliminate taxes on the top 1%, not cut them, eliminate them. They want to eliminate the Environmental Protection Agency and therefore make it unconstitutional to have one. This is what we're talking about. When Republicans like to say that they respect the Constitution, they kind of do, because they want to change it to make sure that it reflects everything that they want. Because once it's enshrined, it's very, very difficult to change. Let me get to our last question of the evening. I've been battling this scratchy throat all night in this little tickle that won't go away. I want to ask the last question of the evening. Last 15 minutes of our last live program of 2021. And it is very simple. And if George wants to jump in and talk about it, please feel free. I'm so sorry we lost Mac, but Mac actually went to go pick up his niece from work. Can't argue that. He's being a good uncle. As we are today's the 19th, so we're not even 2 full weeks away or just a hair over 2 full weeks away from no, it is less now that I think about it, from 2022. What gives you hope? Whoever wants to jump up first. What gives you hope as we go into a new year?
Youth. Our youth. We have an opportunity now to educate our youth, not in the sense of young adults, youth. We need, if they get the money back into the schooling system worldwide, and especially in these areas that they claim that education is not up to par, that they implement back to civics and educating them as we were educated, with all that understanding the levels of government and so on and so forth. They really don't teach that no more. Like I said, they actually in North Carolina and all them, they took away critical thinking and they took away history and all that. A lot of that stuff in our youth don't understand why or how things are, and they purposely take that away for a form of control. So my hope is for the youth to get the education they deserve in the civics and the history that they need to know to correct the nonsense that was done before them.
Chris, what gives you hope?
I'm hopeful. I liked that about the youth. I think I am very hopeful about the youth. I think what gives me hope is I still think there's a spirit of America out there. I really hope that kind of all the people who have been angry and frustrated, and we get through this COVID together, we can kind of, there has to be kind of like this, we need like a year zero. I'm hoping for the clocks to kind of stop and people to take that moment. That's what gives me hope, is when we get to that moment where people are saying, well, wait a minute, why are we still ascribing to this? What's going on? And I think that's what my hope is. My hope is that, I mean, my big hope is that Joe Biden gets to appoint some new Supreme Court members. That's my big hope. We need to flip that Supreme Court really bad, like really, really bad.
It needs to be fundamentally, Congress has the power to change it too, and it's been done 7 times in our history, and we could do it again. To change the structure of it, yeah. I just noticed something on Twitter that was very interesting. Well, it was Kadita Kenner actually on Twitter mentioning that we tend to flippantly, almost spitefully, shall I say, look at Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema and say, flip parties, screw you, we don't need you over here. And then imagine if Justice Breyer was to resign or pass away or become ill or whatever, and Joe Manchin's a Republican now. Think about that.
Oh, that's my whole thing, is like, we need him for certain things, and I have that's where it's like, I know I'm annoyed, but sometimes it takes to have relationships to keep the person in the party. Don't blow it up like with the senators that are not behaving the way we wish them to behave.
Well, I do think it's time, Article 1, Section 3, or is it 3, Section 2? Congress has the power to regulate the courts, period. It does not take a constitutional change to change the number of people on the Supreme Court. It takes simple legislation, period. We also have the opportunity that in a Build Back Better legislation, or a voting rights legislation, the last person to do this, to my knowledge, the Republicans did it for, I think they did it for a tax cut of all things. But the last person to do this in what you would consider to be a regular form of legislation was when Tom Daschle was Senate Majority Leader. He put in a farm bill, this very simple sentence, and Congress has the power to do this on any legislation. This legislation shall not be subject to review by the Supreme Court, period. Elizabeth Warren is now pushing for expanding the court to possibly 15 justices. I have no problem with that whatsoever. We've changed the size of the court 7 times, we can change it again. And it's not about packing the court, it's about rebalancing the court. And yeah, you would need a Joe Manchin for that. And he, by the way, has already spoken out against that too. I don't know what he's for at this point anymore. He did make $500,000 this year on his coal company, but I don't know that his son runs. So I don't know what he actually stands for at this point. It's very much like Amy Klobuchar's presidential campaign. I don't understand what he's actually for at this point, but we sure as hell know what he's against. I need to thank you all beyond regard. I know Lex had to move on. Mac had to go pick up his niece. We're all living our lives here. And of course, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the young lady in the lower left corner currently on the screen, the lower left corner. None of this would be taking place. This is not a small thing to me. As you have learned in the past 2 3/4 years, I can talk a little bit. And I have a half a clue about what I'm talking about. And so we will continue. We will press on. We will be entering on January 9th. And by the way, I don't think I actually have a guest scheduled in concrete. I have one in pencil. I don't think I have one scheduled for January 9th, like in ink, but I think I have one in pencil. But we have time to work on that. I do know that I think as early as January 16th, we will be talking to the U.S. House, Democratic U.S. House candidate from Hawaii. And I'm extremely excited about that, to get someone outside of our area. I love Pennsylvania. I live here. I love New Jersey still a tiny bit more. But we Hey, I was born and raised in Jersey. Sorry, and I did 25 years in the New York City areas, and I miss it somewhat. But I miss it a lot. But I love Jersey. But it's nice to get someone outside of the tri-state. We talked to Michaela Ridley this year from New York State. We talked to candidates from Maryland, one from Indiana, I believe we talked to this year. So it's nice to, the program is global and national, and it's nice to get folks from all over the country. I'm gonna have to beat up Sergeant Mack, though. I didn't know he knew Miss Ehas. I've been reaching out to her to try to get her on the program. And if he knows Rich Ojeda, then I'm really going to be beating up on Mac to get that gentleman on this program, but we'll get to that. I said I was going to read the list of all the places that we share. I will try to do that if I can, because, and I'll tell you why, because, it's important. We couldn't be here. You hear me say all the time that we could not be here if you are not there. And the way that you are there is that this program gets out. And it gets to all the different groups and all the different individuals who share it every week. And there's a good number of those too. So let me see if I can do this. Among the places that we share the program every single week is the United NEPA Alliance, the Folding Chair Democrats, the Our Revolution Signal Boost Group, the Hub for Progress, Pennsylvania Democratic Politics, We Want Fundamental Change Now, the Indivisible Resistance of Laurel Highlands, PA. We go nationwide and very, very local. The George Simpson Political Posts for Comment and Discussion, Pennsylvania for the People, Indivisible, the Nightingales, Let's Build a New Allentown Together, Progressive Democrats for the People, Indivisible Narberth and Beyond, the PA 9th District Invisible, Indivisible Pennsylvania as a whole, the Secret Pennsylvania 10 Volunteer Group, Lehigh Valley Young Democrats, Mainline Rants and Raids, Rants and Raves, he tried to say, I guess I must be getting tired, Rid the Stigma, the Progressive Greens and Justice Parties and Socialists of Massachusetts. I don't know why that just disappeared on me. I'm trying to read these. And the thing disappeared on me. There we go. The Hellertown and Lower Saucon Fierce Group, Pennsylvanians Against Fracking, Lycoming County Progressives, the Secret PA 11 Organizing Group, the Progressive Party, the Georgia State Runoff, Senate Runoff group from 2021. We're in that group, and they share the program every single week into the state of Georgia. Our Future Central PA, Lehigh Valley for Bernie 2020, Lehigh Valley Stands Up. Back to Blue Northeast, Progressives of Montgomery, the New Deal Democrats, big group. I think there's like 14,000 members in that group, if I'm not mistaken, and they are kind enough to share the program every single week. They always allow us in. My own group, the Saucon Democrats, the Democratic Socialist Progressive Break Room, of course, the group at hawk101.net, Our Revolution West Philly 2020 Campaign Collaboration, Bushkill Township Democrats, the Jefferson Hills Democratic Committee, WTP Top Activist, Time Is Now, Lehigh Valley Progressive Network, Our Revolution PA Policy and Legislation Group, local Bernies of Southeastern PA, Bucks County Democrats, 1 million strong for pro-choice, reproductive rights, and women's health. They actually share the program every week. The Buffalo Valley Bulletin, Back to Blue Lehigh Valley, the Hub Rapid Response, Berks for Bernie, Turn PA Blue, I Thrive. I think April might know something a little bit about the iThriving community. Our Future PA Northeast, the Las Vegas DSA Medicare Group shares the program every week. Liberal and Progressive Democrats of America, Concerned Citizens of Easton, the Union County PA Democrats Group, the Easton Area Democratic Committee, the Bethlehem City Democratic Committee, Kutztown Area Democratic Club, Bucks and Beyond Progressive Pints, Blue Revolution, the MacPac, Flip PA, Latin Urban Media Discussions, Racism Has No Home in Lycoming County, the Groundwork Project Community, which is a group by the Kennedy family, actually, in Massachusetts, the local Bernie Kratz of South Central, HRC in Pennsylvania, Project Battleground Pennsylvania, Unapologetically Black or Black Adjacent in Life, Grit Group, North Central PA.com News and Headlines, Ricky's Pride Pack, Lower Saucon Township Public Group, For Our Future PA Western PA, Lycoming County Democrats, the AOC Progressives, another big group. I think there's like 5,000-6,000 members in there, and the Metro DC Democratic Socialists. That is just the groups that we share too. Then, of course, there is Our Revolution Pennsylvania, of which I am a proud member, the hot101.net page. Let me see if I can get you very quickly the other national outlets that we go to. I promise I'll be fast. Of course, the TCP page, Free Speech TV, where you can watch Tom Hartman every day. We share the program there. They haven't kicked us out yet. They are visitor posts. They're not come up on the main feed, but you can see our program at Free Speech TV, which I think is kind of cool. The Progressive Democrats of America, whom I hope to have back on the program. I can reschedule with them and get them back. Progressive Action Network, Occupy Wall Street, the 99% Pennsylvania, the PCCC Bold Progressives, Conservation Voters of PA, American Voice of Reason, which is a cool one. And I'm almost there. Our Revolution of Trenton, of all places, which is kind of cool. We're still into New Jersey, and the Pennsylvania Spotlight Charitable Organization. These are all places that share our program on a regular basis, and we are absolutely thrilled and honored that you do that for us. We could not be here without you being there. This program will continue. We hope it will continue to grow, and it will grow with every single one of you. My last, what I think might be my last plea for 2021, the group, That Other Side of Information, is at 900. I'm feverishly tapping around. We are at 989 members. We are 11 members away from 1,000, as April could tell you from being way more experienced at this stuff than myself. Once we break 1,000, lots of different things change. The group will become much more well known. It will become pushed actually by Facebook to grow even further. If you are a member of our group, invite someone. If you're not a member of our group, then what the hell are you waiting for? Come on over. We're happy to have you. It is a public group. We're at 989. I desperately, and I'm not using that word lightly, I desperately would like to break 1,000 by the end of this calendar year. So when the ball drops in Times Square, we'd like to be at 1,000 or more. So if you're a member of the group, invite someone. And if you're not, come on over and join us. To our families at TCP, we're glad to be part of you, glad to have joined you this calendar year, and we look forward to working with you even more as we go into 2022. For DJ Lex, who was kind enough to pop on the program, and it was kind of last minute, and I think that's part of what makes it fun. It says a lot about our program that we can do things like that we have the flexibility. Of course, we try to be professional. We try to be a bit straight-laced. We're never going to fool you for CNN, I don't think. But we try to be very, we put on a professional broadcast, but I do love the way that folks can drop in. And members of our program family are always welcome back here, and they can drop in and drop out as time allows. 4 hours is a long time to do a program. I wish I was doing it every single day, but it's a long time. It's a lot of hours. So we thank them. We thank everybody who drops in and out of our program. So what happened to us in 2021? We had 2 state elected officials on our program. That had not happened before. Rep. Joe Cerisi and Rep. Rick Krajewski, who was here last week. That's a new thing for us. We hope that they will spread the word that this is a safe place to come. Not safe from tough questions, but safe from the histrionics. I'm not going to stand on the desk. I'm not going to call names. I'm not going to throw mud. We're not going to do any of that stuff. We're going to have serious and sometimes tough discussions. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's what we're supposed to be doing. So will we have more of them in the future? We certainly hope so. We hope that they tell everyone that this is a place that they need to come and visit. We hope to have more authors. And we hope to, of course, always have you. We could not do what we are doing without you. And all those groups, all the groups that I read off, I hope that list doubles. I hope we start sharing out to 200 groups. I hope the TV ratings get even stronger. And we also hope to build out the hot101.net talk portion of the schedule with good people like Sergeant Mack and some others. Whenever someone has gotten a chance to grow or do more than what they already do through this program, then that makes me feel pretty darn special. And I hope that that continues as well. So let me just say and if you've missed, of course, any of the program tonight or any week, please go to our YouTube channel. That other side of information, all of our recorded programs are there. George is going to kill me because it takes so much longer to convert a 4-hour program than it does a 3-hour program. He converted the program last week in about 15 minutes. Tonight, it's going to take him hours because I didn't shut up for 4 hours, and he is going to kill me for that one. So for April Riddick, for Christopher Kowardovich, for Sergeant Mac, for DJ Lex, DJ Earl, for everyone at TCP, everyone at hot101.net, please go to Patreon. You can subscribe to the program, Instagram, TikTok, all that. So you know where to find us. Give us a like, give us a subscribe, give us everything. Go ahead. What?
LinkedIn.
LinkedIn, yes. I didn't care. I was getting there. Getting there. Gosh,
Sorry.
getting there. Wherever you might be, you can find me on LinkedIn at Jeff Kennedy. That other side of information basically covers everything else. Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Patreon, TikTok. Give us a like, give us a subscribe. We have no advertisers. I do not make money on the program. It's kind of not the way I want it, but it is where we are right now. So we depend on you. We depend on you watching and listening and being part of our program's family each and every week. So for all of us involved in the program, everybody, Kristen, April, Christopher, DJ Lex, DJ Earl, everybody at TCP, everybody at hot101.net, for George and Lynn, and probably people that I might be forgetting, in which case you can yell at me later. We will be away from you for 2 full weeks. Please enjoy Christmas. Please enjoy New Year, or whatever holidays you celebrate, or if you don't celebrate any. Enjoy the holiday season. Get outside, get some fresh air, get some lights, check on your friends and neighbors, especially the more senior friends and neighbors among us. Check on each other, build a community. Let's have conversations, not arguments. We care about you. We want you to come back. We will see you on January 9th when we resume and we enter our 3rd calendar year. January 9th, 2022. We look forward to seeing you then. Please take care of yourselves and each other. Have a great holiday.
You off?